Bing bong boodle beetle. Cocky cuckoo, suck a doo doo. Folks, we're live. It's the West Side. I am reading chat like I'm watching the fucking show. I'm not even participating. Folks, can I get some slugs in chat? Type corpo for sluggy duggies, sluggy doodles. Yes. Yes. Yeah! Folks, we're live on the West Side. What? Where the fuck is my camera? What the fuck? Every time. Every goddamn time. Why would this not be on? Activate. Hello? Hello, camera. Hello, little camera friend. Hello, little camera friendo. Hello, little camera buddy. Why aren't you on? You're plugged in, sweetheart. Sweetheart, baby doll, schnookums. Why are you plugged in? Why aren't you on? What's happening? Buck is here. Buck is on the camera. I'll put his little face there. You can look at my dog, folks. Welcome to another episode of West Side Tyler Live. I'm West Side Tyler Bell. That is eating bunny shit side. Buckington. And I'm trying to figure out what the fuck's happening right now. G-Hub. Can we get G-Hub activated? Oh my god, I'm slow. I'm turning into fucking R.M. Brown. Can we get some GM? Can we get GM? Can we get GM hug? LG G-Hug. Can we get it activated? Can we activate the G-Hub real quick? Come on. The tree meter counted someone's sub, but not the one I bought for some reason. It's probably being fucking weird. Oh, I think I know what I have to do. I have to fix that. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so you gotta get it unplugged. What the fuck? What the fuck? You guys hear me unplugging and replugging things back in? Hey, that's me. Looking tired. Looking old. Very nice. We're going to go back to face camera. And can we deactivate that and then reactivate it? There we go. Folks, welcome to another episode of West Side Tyler Live with me, your host, West Side Tyler Bell. We got a good show coming up for you today. We're going to be talking about a gigantic AI lawsuit that was lost. Okay, we won this one. Okay, we won, and I'm going to be responding to in small part to a video about the there's no good villains. Where did all the villains go? Oh. Can you remember that song? Where have all the cowboys gone? Nobody. You're talking about a song nobody talks about. That shit needs to be. That's a good serial killer song. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're gonna be talking about the Anthropic copyright settlement. Fuck, I did not shave in this goddamn. This makes me look like a absolute skis ball. We're gonna be talking about the Anthropic settlement. We're going to be talking about that, and I'm going to be playing some Silk Song today, so I hope you guys are ready to rock and roll. Let me fix the treat meter real quick. Re-updating everything so that it all fucking works. Overlay widgets. Bunny meter, MIP chat, music player, treat meter. Counter, treats. Okay, what did you do that didn't? Let me see. Events, Twitch, bitch cheered, counter, update bits amount divided by 100. Okay. Channel subscribed. No chat. Okay. So hold on. Counter or no counter? So counter, update. Update amount 6, I think, for subs. Update treats. Dude. God damn it. I'm sorry. It's allergy season. I'm fucking obliterated. I would be sniffling. I was barely able to fucking breathe today. I swear to God. Subscription gifted. Counter. Yeah. Treats. Update 6. Okay, so that should be working. Mass subscriptions gifted. Counter. Create an update. Subs gifted amount times 6. Action update. Reset on load. Save file. Save. All right, it should work. Hive train, all that bullshit. Okay, good. Can you tell like my eyes are like puffy? Like I'm like, I want to go to sleep so fucking bad right now. I just want to go to fucking bed. Jack, hello, what's up? The audio was through the bunny cam. Yes. That's intentional. Bunny cam audio, so you guys can hear crunching. Shep is here. Bumside Brokler, no shave. I mean, really. I was just trying to remember the name of the lady who made that song last night. I don't know. That's like lost. Dude, remembering lost songs is crazy, right? Like, because I'm old enough now that I'm actually sick of young people like rediscovering bands I already knew about. Like, if you're like a MCR fan and you're 20, I hate you. I don't know why. I'm glad it's good music. You're not wrong for liking it. I just kind of like hate you. I just hate you a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Because you're like, wow, MCR is really great. Like, it changed my life and shit. I'm like, no, it didn't. No, it changed like your fucking mom's life. That fucking Black Parade came out like 20 fucking years ago, all right? We were memeing about that on 4chan before people knew what 4chan was, all right? 4chan, the most evil website in American history. The devil himself uses 4chan. What was 4chan like? 50 fucking spam threads of, when I was a young boy, over and over and over again. Because, like, MCR wasn't, like, universally loved yet. But now everybody likes it. MCR changed my life. You are fucking 17. You haven't had enough. You don't have a status quo in your life to change yet. Shut the fuck up. COVID was really hard on me. It was harder on me, okay? I'm old. God damn it. But, like, sometimes songs vanish. Do you guys remember this one? The song, it's Hate Me Today. Bow, bow, bow. Hate Me Tomorrow. I can't even sing it. He sings so weird. Hate me so you can finally see what's good for you. Does anyone remember? That song is from the 2000s, I think. That song is gone. It's about a dude whose mom died. It's hard to figure out. It sounds like but it's about a dude whose mom died, if I remember correctly. And he's just like remembering his mom who took care of him when he was like a fucking loser drug addict. And he's like, I wish you hated me because but you don't. And it's like impossible for me to kind of get over how you loved me through the worst parts of me being a piece of shit. But like, I don't think I've heard anything from that guy since, at least nothing that sounds like that. And at the time it wasn't even huge, but it was like big. It was big around that area. Hate me in ways, bow, 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 ways hard to swallow. I feel like you could steal that song, and like YouTube doesn't have it. It's not in the system. It's not in the copyright thing. They're like, whoa, what the fuck? It's Blue October? Well, I don't know that. Huh? What are they doing? What are their other songs? I got made fun of. That's Blue October, apparently. I didn't know that. I remember it from the fucking radio. Do you know what I mean? Like, I remember. Okay, how about a better one? How about Roosh? Do, your dirty words come out to play when you are hurt. There's certain things that must be left unsaid. That's from people. There's like is like what song are you gonna remember from 2009, 2010, right? I think it's really 2010. It's like I'm gonna remember what you would not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep. Please take me away from here. You know, you've heard that. But then you also have LaRouche, right? This time, baby, I'll be bulletproof. like I would have never listened to that song on purpose, but I did this thing that doesn't exist anymore. I used to drive to work, and I didn't have any way to connect my phone or anything to my shitty car. So I listened to the radio. I listened to FM radio on the way to work and heard music. And I'd be like, what in the fuck is this? You would not believe your eyes. You know what's crazy that fucking stuck around from that era? Is fucking Gautier. He made one song and then everyone's like, do you want to make more songs? He said, no. No, I'm good. I'm going to sing one song about being the shittiest shit-ass boyfriend ever. And I'm gone. I'm leaving. Like, what? Remember when we were together. Always said that it was never something that I'd done. You don't ever me. I can't remember. I wouldn't have you hung up on somebody that you used to know. I can't sing that high. Not like that. Somebody you used to know. Somebody. This is how not big, but also big that song was at the time. I didn't hear it from the fucking song. I heard it from the weirdos that hung out with fucking postmodern jukebox, where it was like 5 people playing one guitar. They're all playing boom, 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 boom. Which at the time looked really cool, but now when I'm looking back at it, I'm like, I can fucking just do that. If you also just are good at guitar, you could probably do the same thing. There's got to be somebody that did the 5 people playing one guitar for that. It's weird. Like, songs vanish. They really just go away, and some of them you really don't hear again. They're buried out there, and you'd be like, what in the fuck? What is that? It's always so dumb, because people are like, oh man, here's a real throwback for you. Fucking, got no lie, baby, bye, 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 goodbye. Never said me never for two. It's a crazy, but it ain't no lie, baby. Bye. You're like, oh my god, I've been taken back to the past. I was like, no, man, you gotta get some crazy, like off the wall, like deep cut shit. But sometimes they just don't make it, and you're like, oh fuck, I listen to that so much. I listen to that so fucking much. What's a good one? Keen. What? Yeah, it's Keen. You guys aren't. You know what Keen is? Keen was the moment where I found out that all British men look the same if they are allowed to play music. There's a few different types of British people, right? There's a kind that's like actually runs Britain, which is these pot-bellied, like balding fat guys that you can tell smell like grease, right? They're rich as fuck, but they're like balding and they smell greasy. They got no hair. And then there's the kind that y'all let be famous, and they're sticky. They're stick built, not sticky. They're like built like sticks, and they all have the same. They all have the cloudy with a chance of meatballs hair. You know, the guy. A bunch of you people are in your late 20s. You probably know what cloudy with a chance of meatballs is. And they got that cloudy with a chance of meatballs hair, right? And that's all of London. Right, it's like a very trendy. It's like, dude, how do you have no hips? how are you drawn like Rick Sanchez from hit TV animated sitcom Rick and Morty? How are you drawn like that, but like IRL? The funniest part about Britain is every fucking British guy tries to wear those guys' pants and y'all don't fit them. Like, see, that's what if you want to start taking fucking British people and their accents less seriously, just start watching when the camera pans down below waist level and you see like Ricky Gervais and the Top Gear guys wearing fucking like tight as fuck pants, tight jeans, sprayed on jeans, walking around like they were drawn up for a fucking drawn like a fucking Pixar background character. Wink. Oh my god. Ugh. Brothers built like a Vizzy Bomb design. Tyler, did America ever get Mumford and Sons? Yes. Oh my god, did we get Mumford and Sons? A girl I dated in college. That's Mumford and Sons, right? Hold on. I can't tell. This is the slap clap bullshit, right? Which one? Hold on. I think I'm mixing them up with fucking chocolate candy. Jesus Christ. Chocolate candy. Okay, wait. No, that's Home. I'm thinking of Home, but yeah. Okay, what is? Hold on. I'm not looking at. Hold on. What the fuck? Mumford and Sons. Mumford and Sons. I'll start singing the song the second I see it. What? The Cave. I know that one, right? Hold on. What's the lyrics? I know this. Where's the lyrics? Where's the fucking? Why didn't know? Why people are like? Here's a fucking song. Oh, I can almost remember this. It's empty in the valley of your heart. The sun it rises slowly as you walk away from all the fears, the faults you left behind. I will hold on, and I won't let you choke. Yeah, this is this shit, right? On the noose around your neck. Hold on, I can almost. This is my brain is trying to put this together. I want to try if I can remember how this shit goes. I feel like I've got to slap my hand. But I will hold on hope, right? And I won't let you choke. Noose around you. I'll change my ways. I'll know my name as it's called again. So come out of... That's what it is. So come out of your cave, working on your hands, and see the world hanging upside down. You can understand dependence when you know the maker's land. Oh god, this shit sucks. Cause I have other things to fill my time. You take what is yours and I'll take mine. Now let me at the truth which will refresh my broken mind. God, dude, I fucking hate that song. Oh, I hate that song. Oh, I fucking hate that song so bad. Oh my god. I know that fucking... Yes. That one... There's the one song that just goes... Remember... Do you guys remember they made Where the Wild Things Are? I have no idea why. But the commercials for that fucking movie were so self-serious. Because it was like Tony Soprano was the main wild thing. And they were the big fluffy puppets running around. And it was that... That fucking shit. Oh, God, bro. Oh, it was miserable. Oh, it was fucking horrible. Horrible. Am I blocked? No, but you are going to get timed out now for 5 minutes because you asked that. No, why the fuck? The only Mumford song I liked was Broken Clown. It was still Amy Winehouse, that by a gay cook at Wendy's and cashiers and see the day it happened. Amy Winehouse. I never liked Amy Winehouse that much. People were like, I don't like Amy Winehouse died, and it felt like the record companies were just really trying to like overinflate how good she was. Like, oh my god, she's the voice of a generation. I'm like, she sang like some pop shit, right? Like we got Lorde, and it was like Amy Winehouse had never gone away. I mean, that might be like a horrible thing for you to hear, but all I remember Amy Winehouse for is how funny it was that you sang a song where you're like, "They tried to make me go to rehab. I said no. and then you died of a fucking overdose. I'm like, yeah, okay, well there you go. It's a shock. It's a tragedy. I'm like, she said it was coming. She knew what was gonna happen. Like, unironically, her biggest song should have came with a spoiler warning. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That shit, like, it's shocking. It's so weird to see history being like revised as we go along, right? And like for like some stupid shit that you heard to like become like the thing. Amy Winehouse, like, we're really missing out. Like, are we? Like, we have Lady Gaga right now. What the fuck are we getting from Amy Winehouse? Like, what is she bringing to the table? And it's like, she's got a powerful feminine. You start getting the PR thing, a powerful feminine energy. She's really like a lady's voice and a kind of blah blah blah. And then it's fucking like, I'm just let's get this beat is sick. Do you want to take a ride? I'll buy this ghost. Bad romance. That shit was good. That shit was fucking great. But like fucking Amy Winehouse, I'm like, okay. She died. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then people are like crying and shit. Like, why are you crying? Like, she was having a good, she did heroin, felt heroin, and then died. Like, that's the kind of like the best way. I know it's bad for everyone else. They're like, oh my God, somebody died of a heroin overdose. And it's like, trust me, like, if you ever seen somebody do heroin, they're feeling it. They're not like dying of the overdose when you see it and they're like, oh fuck, this is horrible. They just did heroin. They felt like euphoria and then they cut. So she just like was a millionaire and then like had the best day of her life and then like shot up some fucking dope and died. Like, that's pretty much, like, she's good. You know? She could have chosen not to do that. Like, you don't know, he's struggling with addictions. Like, I don't know I don't know what struggling with being a multi-millionaire fucking recording artist is like either. So, I'm gonna say there's a lot of fucking people that just quit doing heroin. You could have quit, you didn't, and you sang a song about how you're not gonna. So like, bye. Like, what the fuck you want me to like cry about it? Like, she was clearly like ready. You know what I mean? If you like, there's a country music guy who's like, I want to keep jumping my dirt bike until I fall down Dead Man's Creek. I'm going to jump Dead Man's Creek about maybe on Saturday or Monday night. I don't want to lose weight. They told me I needed to, otherwise I'm going to fall and die. I'm going to fall and die in Dead Man's Creek on Monday night. You know, and then like, tragedy struck today. It's fucking Curtis, country music legend, died crashing his dirt bike at Dead Man's Creek. Author of the song, I'm Gonna Die Crashing My Dirt Bike into Dead Man's Creek. The tragedy has shocked the nation. like we were too late. Like, 2010 era was too late for me to care about a rich person overdosing on heroin. I don't care. Like, oh, they had like a background. We knew already. We're past that. We're like it's like, dude, it's not even the 90s anymore. It's almost not even the early 2000s. It might have been the 2010s. Like, you just know what happens when you do heroin. Like, you're gonna overdose and die. If you're rich, like, pay for someone to hang out with you or something. I don't know how to tell you this, but like, there's fucking homeless people on the fucking street that have been doing this for like decades, and they're clearing your ability to do it. If they can figure it out and you can't, it's a skill issue. And you got tapped. You got tapped by heroin. I mean, get fucking dunked on. I don't know what to tell. If you die of a heroin overdose as a rich person, you get dunked on. Like, if you could pay somebody to be your Narcan babysitter, like, you trying to make me go to rehab. I said, no. Okay. How about the follow-up hit? I hired a nurse to follow me around with Narcan. She keeps my dumb ass alive. I hit the ground, she's hit the spray and went up my nose, and now I'm not dead. Yeah, I was turning blue. I almost died too. But then my personal nurse hit me with Narcan, and now I'm still alive. Like, okay, cool. That's a good fucking follow-up song, Amy Winehouse, from the alternate reality where she's not a fucking idiot and did the thing that kills people. Like, drug addiction is a serious problem for working class people. That's some serious shit, because you can't afford like a personal nurse and to have like Narcan at hand. You know what I mean? But if you're like rich And you're like, what are you gonna do? Like, I'm gonna go do the overdose drug in the year of our Lord. Dare got canceled as a program 20 years ago. Like, okay, so you're probably gonna die doing heroin. Like, yeah. Like, okay, well, bye. Like, it's not like you got shot in a school like an 8-year-old trying to fucking learn how to spell. You know what I mean? It's not like that's a tragedy. Tragedy is like, I thought I was going to learn math today, and instead I did an anatomy fucking lesson on the inside of a skull because Shelly got her fucking head cracked open. Like, what happened to you? Like, oh yeah, I'm just a multi-millionaire. I'm in my mid-20s, and I just started doing heroin and died from it. Like, oh, okay, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You died doing the death drug? How many fucking movies do we have where they're like, oh, heroin, the death drug that kills you? Yeah, if you do that, it's probably going to kill you. It's the death drug. The death drug that kills you. Fucking heroin, right? You're injecting fucking opioids straight into your bloodstream. It's probably going to kill the fuck out of you. You shouldn't do that. What are you doing? You're mixing pills and booze together? That's crazy. Haven't you heard of this laundry list of like 8,000 other rich cunts that fucking died of the same thing? You just gonna do it too? Okay. Like, I'm not gonna shed tears, okay? I gotta care about like real people with real issues, all right? You know, people are like losing their fingers on unsafe work sites. I guess while you were in your mansion fucking tapping out, you know, I guess that's bad for you. The teenagers, the assorted teenagers that are going to be crying this weekend at Forever 21, they're the most important people in this story. Goddamn. Did they have Narcan back then? Fuck yeah. The dark secret about Narcan is it's been around fucking forever. Hold on, I'm going to shock you. Narcan invention. Naloxone, commonly... Oh, it's AI. No, fuck you. History of naloxone. Naloxone hydrochloride was created in 1961 by Jack Fishman and Moses Lewenstein and approved by the FDA to treat opioid toxicity overdose by blocking the effects of opioids in the brain, restoring respiratory functioning, and reversing an overdose. 1971. Like, is when it... the 1971 is when it was approved for use, by the way. 80s and 90s. Instead of giving naloxone to the people who need it most, the people who use drugs are exclusively used by emergency medical personnel and in hospital settings to reverse overdoses and manage opioid-involved and anesthesia. We've had it forever. Because the first thing when people started having medical morphine, right? They went, well, oh shit, we got to start figuring out a way to like undo it because it just kills the fuck out of you if you don't have a way to turn it off. It just suffocates you to death. So let's just figure that out. Yeah, we've had naloxone forever. We've had Narcan forever. The reason it's not in people's hands right now, I should do a Narcan thing. I should do a fucking, invented 61, according to this website at least, unless that's a mistake, in use by 71. But yeah. Patented in 1961 and approved by 1971. So it was patented 61, approved for use by someone. So since 1971, you've been able to have it for use. The reason we don't have it in use everywhere in the United States is because law enforcement, leadership, police unions, and right Christian organizations fight to keep Narcan off the streets so that drug addicts die. That's it. So it's literally as a punishment maneuver to kill drug addicts. That's the only reason we don't have it. That's the only reason it's not everywhere. If you've done like 10 seconds of reporting as a crime and courts reporter anywhere in America, more than likely, unless it's someplace where it's not actually the case they have it, you've probably done a story on or you've come across Narcan. I mean, I know I did. I didn't find out about Narcan until I was a journalist. And then I heard about it and I was like, what do you mean this miracle drug saves people from heroin overdoses? It seems like it should be everywhere. And I was like, is this new? I thought the same thing probably you're thinking. Is this new? No, it's not new. It's older than me. It's almost, technically it is literally older than my actual father. It's almost been patented and approved for use as long as he's been alive. But you never hear about it because they want drug addicts dead. That's it. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, but yeah, you usually hear like like when I started covering when I was writing news and I was like, why isn't this everywhere? And they're like, oh well, we don't think that first responders should be responsible for providing medical aid to people. And it's like, oh, okay, and like, oh, it could be too hard to use and da 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 da. Do you know how Narcan works? It's gonna blow your mind. First off, you can inject it. Oh my god. Usually they'll talk about, well, we don't want if you ever hear this is how you know that somebody's trying to get addicts killed. We don't want officers to have to use needles, and they'll pretend that Narcan is intravenous only. It's not. It's a nasal spray. It's a fucking nasal spray, and it works instantly. I'm not talking like quickly. It works instantly. So shockingly fast that the biggest reason to not use it with unexperienced people is that it's roughly equivalent to shaking a dead person awake out of the afterlife. They come to life instantaneously. It's terrifying. Like how powerful it is, how good it is. Narcan shocks people out of death. They'll be blue in their face, purple lips, like that, kick back, and they hit them in the nose. And they jump up like like fucking literally back to life, and then they can like have a freak out because they were in hell or heaven or in some fucking in between space and just got sucked back into their like literal physical bodies, and they'll like panic and like might try to strike somebody. So you have to have like post Narcan restraint training essentially so that you don't hurt them or don't let them hurt themselves. Because they'll tell you, like, yeah, you got to make sure you take the fucking needle out away from them, move them away from, like, guns or knives or any sharp stuff, blah, 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 and then hit them with the Narcan. Insanity. Narcan OTC is also, like, $50 to $60 per. What? No, that shit's cheap as fuck. Maybe over the counter. I have... they give this shit away sometimes. Narcan, an actual Narcan shot costs pennies. Narcan cost a typical price $45. Yeah, that's in America. Available without a prescription in California. You can receive it by email. You can get it for free all over the place. Yeah, it's an overinflated cost. It's cheap as fuck, dude. I did a story on this. If you look up if you want to hunt down my reporting, I was talking about Narcan when I was working in West Virginia. If you have to buy it and it's like $25-$50, first off, it's infinitely cheaper than the alternative of having to do a death investigation and a fucking burial for somebody. So, like, no matter what, if you have an option to use Narcan or don't use it, oh, yeah, we got this for an emergency thing. We have it at our house. I can't remember. It was like this thing, so just have it just in case you see somebody like go down. You gotta have it on hand, right? I wonder if this even works. 0.1 ml intranasal spray per unit for use in the nose only. This might be past its expiration date. No, it's not even actually past its expiration date. This is the Jan 2026. We've had this forever because people give it out for free all over the place because you can get wholesale prices. They just try to keep the price high as fuck. The actual cost of Narcan and naloxone hydrochloride is, when I was writing about it, I think the cost of the plastic is more expensive than the stuff inside of it. So like the actual plastic hydrolyzer or whatever the fuck, atomizer, right? It atomizes the stuff. The actual plastic atomizer is like 2 cents, and then the stuff that goes in it is a penny, right? So if you see it for $45, it is a markup that is like beyond the ken of mortal man. It's insanely cheap to fabricate. It's cheap to produce. We've had it for forever. They just want to jack up the price and make it difficult to access so that people die. That's it. That's fucking it. Gotta be careful though, because not everyone will be having about Narcan. Don't even say shit like that. Shut up. Shut up. Don't ever say that. If someone needs Narcan, you give them Narcan. Narcan make you very sad afterwards, okay? Well, how Narcan works is it blocks opioid receptors. Just imagine my two fingers are two little antennas inside of your head, right? One of them makes opioids and the other one delivers them. And you have that in your head right now. So like endorphins, adrenaline, serotonin, whatever the fuck. Part of that is whatever the fuck opioids are. I can't remember exactly. But it's what makes your dopamine? No, I can't remember. Whatever makes you fucking not feel shit, right? And they talk to each other. All Narcan does is go like this, plop, and it goes like that for like 4 hours or something like that. Maybe it's 2. I can't remember. I could read the box, but I'm not gonna. When that happens, you can no longer receive opioids in your. It turns your ability to process opioids off until the medicine burns through its half-life. So people actually have to get multiple doses if they have too much of an opioid or if it's a long-lasting opioid in their system. That's like. You probably don't know that because you're like heroin though. And like, well, heroin's very quick, but if you have something like ingestible morphine that's in a pill form, it can last for a long time. So they keep hitting you with it because you're constantly overdosing type deal. Once you take it though, you are done. You cannot have morphine in your system. So if you have like a broken leg, right? You do heroin and then you fall and you break your leg, and like normally they would give you like fucking therapeutic morphine to like ignore the broken leg pain. It will not work. You're done. Yeah, they can be mad at you for using their high. Well, they're gonna be bad feeling because they just woke up from being dead, and they're also they're not high anymore. But it doesn't matter. You still do it anyway. I have it in my house because my housemate had major surgery and her painkillers are nudging the safety threshold. Pretty much. Maybe I'm a special boy, but every time I've used Narcan, someone I've always just had pleasant people go, "Hey, what happened?" Go about our days. Well, yeah, that's pretty much most people are like, they wake back up and they get back to it. You know what I mean? It's like the wake up isn't from sleep either; it's from death. So it's you just go back. It's literally turning your light switch back on. Like maybe whatever happened to you while you're laying down, like you start breathing, but you're instantly active again, and you'll just start like people will leave. They'll get a Narcan hit. Laying half dead on the street, and then just, what? Oh, shit, what happened? Like, you just got Narcan. They're like, oh, okay, thanks, man. And then they'll walk away, which, by the way, is it. That's it. Like, what happened? Like, oh, I just saved your life. Oh, fuck, very cool. Thank you. Bye. Like, which is kind of fine. Because, and this is the thing I was doing in the story. I gotta look this up. I did the cost of death, right? Because people always would respond like, well, you should just let them die because it's too expensive. Like, well, okay, well, the cost of Narcan's whatever, 25, I think it was. I had the departmental cost of it. That's what the whole thing was. I had the departmental cost of the Narcan shot. And I compared that against the cost of what happens to a person after they die of heroin overdose in the city. Any, dead body, anonymous dead body on the street. It's so fucking expensive. I think my final tally was a minimum of $50,000, but it went up to, if I like stretched it to like the height of what it could cost, it's into the hundreds of thousands. So basically, when an indigent person, indigent means no address, no family, right? Indigent is like anonymous dead guy. So homeless people that are not even from there or whatever. Any unidentified body has to be identified. It's the law. Just because somebody looks homeless does not mean that you can just throw them in an incinerator and be done with it, or just ignore the corpse, right? Corpses have to be disposed of. The human body, the second it dies, becomes the basically worst possible biohazard that exists next to things that are intentionally made to be biohazards. Everything down from there, it's just dead human body. So a dead human body in an alleyway is a multi-month biohazard if it's not dealt with. Not just the flies and stuff, but like there's diseases, there's airborne, invisible things that you can catch from it, anything that the body has coming off of it. It's a whole deal. A dead human body is like the most biohazard you can get. So no matter what, when you see a dead body, it has to get incinerated or buried at the minimum. Cost for incineration and burial starts between like $2,000 to $5,000, right? Not necessarily cheap. You got to run an incinerator long enough to boil off whatever the fuck, a couple hundred or 100 or more pounds of water Plus, you've got to be able to incinerate bone. You've got to be able to fucking pulverize all of these organic tissues. So you have to run this incinerator for, maybe like an hour or two, or whatever the fuck. It's all that gas. It's the guy that has to operate it. And you have to do that. The incinerator is the cheapest because you don't have to buy land too. Right? And then you dispose of the medical waste in some sort of way. There's usually like therapeutic agents or religious agencies that do that. So it's a minimum of like $2,000 to $5,000. This is 10 years ago. It might be more now. Who the fuck knows? We're post-inflation. So we'll just say it's $10K to dispose of a body. It's very, 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 very high cost that. You also have to do a death investigation. Now, they can be pretty lazy depending on the kind of cop, but you still have to have at least one fucking Harvey Bullock heading out there to eat his donuts, stare at the body, and say, like, overdose. You have to have a medical officer oversee and sign a death certificate that says it's an overdose. And all of those are hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars for every minute. If the overdose is remotely suspicious, it's not just in a nice clean alleyway, but there's anything around it. There's stuff. You've got to go around. You've got to investigate. You've got to talk to people. Hey, this person overdosed, da-da-da-da-da-da. After that, you have to have a notification investigation. You have to try to figure out who the fuck this person is. A lot of the times because the city doesn't want to fucking eat the cost of the dead body. So you've got to go around and try to notify next of kin. So a death investigation starts with, found a dead guy, identified it. Now I've got to go to a few homeless shelters. I've got to try to run this guy's fingerprints through APHIS. I've got to go and talk to a bunch of people to try to find this person's next of kin. And all of that time until they're identified or I know who he is or the fucking coroner and then whoever is the power that be in the state signs off on, okay, this is an indigent death. We're gonna say that no next of kin can be whatever. You still got to file all that. You've got to hold that dead body in the morgue. They've got to sit in the fucking freezer while everybody's waiting to try to figure out where the hell it's going to go. Because you can't run the risk of somebody dying in an alleyway and they look like shit. And it was just fucking, John Spatamoni, the fucking multi-billionaire owner of whatever the fuck, while he was just died of misadventure while he's having a little fucking mental breakdown. Like, and then now the family finds out they sue you for like $15 million. You got to go try to find people. So you've got death investigations, all this. You also have the ambulance. The ambulance has to go out to check the dead guy. Once the dead guy's checked, if you hit someone with Narcan and they're fine, usually, and with a lot of EMS techs, they'll say like, hey, you just got injected with Narcan. For the next like 2 hours, you're going to have opioid resistance, but after that lays off, your ability to get high is going to come back and you could relapse and die. Do you want to go to the hospital? Do you feel okay? Are you injured in any other way? Da 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 da. If they go to the hospital, that's even more money. They're not paying taxes more than likely, or they're not paying a lot of taxes. So it's like, oh yeah. But a lot of times they'll just get up, they'll refuse treatment because they don't want to go to the hospital because they might have a warrant. They might have just a strong aversion to hospitals. They might be crazy. They might just be like, I don't want to waste anybody's time. I'm gonna still be here. Like, swing by in 2 hours, all right? And so that costs money. That's multiple EMS techs, usually at least 2, if not 3 to 4 per fucking ambulance, depending on how the fire station or the ambulance techs are set up right there. Depending on the city that you're in, usually an ambulance ride, an ambulance response team is going to also have 1 to 2 police cars and, depending on the city you're in, a fire truck. In West Virginia, it was a fire truck. Any injury comes with a fire truck, even if there's not a fire. Tyler, why? Because it's EMS, Emergency Medical Services. The E part of it means emergency, which means, hey, someone's down. Okay, cool. We'll send an ambulance. Well, okay, calm down, fucking moron. We'll decide what we send out there. The fire truck goes along because the fire truck has big-ass ladder, hoses and all that shit, plus a bunch of really able-bodied guys with axes and stuff and the ability to take things apart to move people that are not conscious out of there. They'll get there and then roll, but they also use the fire engines to block the roads and stuff to make sure that it's safe for the ambulance drivers. You might not have that in response in your town, but in West Virginia, that was the response. One fire truck, I think it was a 1 ladder truck technically. 1 ladder truck, 1 ambulance, 2 cop cars. And all of the gasoline and the hours for those guys. Now, those guys that's a good service for the city to provide, but it costs money, right? So that's just the thing. But after that, if the guy dies, now the ambulance is called for because the ambulance has to be used in order to transport the body to the morgue, right? If it's not an ambulance, maybe you have a coroner's van. It's still going to be the same thing. So you have a coroner's van, that's going to have to take the guy in there all the way out. You have the death investigation. You have the next of kin notifications. You have all of this other stuff that's going to go on around there. And in addition to that, you might have serious property damage and shit that comes from somebody dying and voiding themselves or starting to rot in a fucking alleyway. Whereas if you have Narcan and they don't die, it's $45. And they walk away. And if like we were doing the thing, like if you just keep adding it up, it takes like years and years of somebody not overdosing for that to like be not cost effective for the city. And like when you attribute for inflation, it's just still better. It's just still better. When we were I was looking at the high ends of the cost, it gets into the $100,000s of dollars because basically, and you can't risk the expense. That's the problem, right? So somebody dies, the easiest way is they die in a nice open alleyway, right, on public lands where no additional investigations need to be done. No one's around them. They just died alone. Someone saw the body. When it's them with someone else, now you can get into like these gigantic investigations and stuff, and you have to run it all the way down to the end. Like these cops are fucking, they hate it. They're like, I fucking hate having to do this multi-week investigation for this dead homeless person because the way that they died happened to implicate people in this house, and now I have to interview every single person in this house. I have to go talk to all these people, and there's something in this shit that I have to double check, and now it's this whole big all the way up and turns into these gigantic things because somebody died. And like some municipalities cannot withstand the amount of cost that one major investigation will cost the city. I know that sounds insane to you probably because you just like think of police budgets as being like overinflated, and to a degree they are. A lot of their overinflation is relative to misconduct and other like sort of junk training that gets added so that we could say we're doing something while still maintaining the status quo of policing. That's a different story entirely. But actual investigations can be insanely expensive. Millions of dollars, almost like overnight. And you're like, how is that possible? And it's like, dude, so consider this. Instead of a nice cheap thing and like an alleyway, the guy dies in his car in an overnight parking lot. Now what happens? Is it this guy's car? We have to tow the car. The car is a crime scene. Any death area is a crime scene. It's not on public property, it's on private property. Now I've got to shut down private property and I've got to investigate an overdose death scene. I got to take this guy in and out of the car. I've got to photograph this car. I have to take this fucking car and I have to take it into the impound lot and then into the auto forensics detail area, which is an entire independent garage that most, at least medium-sized precincts have. Otherwise, you got to take it next down. And then you have to take it to a garage where we're going to take this car apart, make sure it's his, and make sure nothing the fuck else happened in this car, right? Because we have no idea. We find weird drug shit. We've got to take all this stuff out of the car in a safe place where we can maintain it if it's going to be evidence. You know, some police people will be lazy about it, but if they're not, you've got to do all this shit. I got to shut down a private lot. I've got to do an investigation, make sure that this guy actually overdosed. Then I got to figure out who the fuck's car it is. Is it his car? Oh, it's not his car. Now we're going to find out whose fucking car this is. I've got to put it into the lot. It takes up a space at the lot. It takes up a space at fucking impound garage, and double check it. You die in somebody's house, same thing, but the house can't go with you. So now the house is a fucking crime scene because there was a fucking overdose in it. Not a long-term crime scene, but imagine the person has like 1 or 2 defensive wounds from another fight. What happened? Well, he's dead, but he does have a fresh stab wound on his hand. How fresh? Like, oh man, we can't tell because he was dead in there for like a week. But what happened? Like, well, he was there with his family and he died. He's got a bloody fucking hand wound. And we don't know if he was self-medicating with heroin and overdosed or if one of them was trying to stab him. Like, well, what happened? Well, he overdosed and they left him in the fucking back because they were scared to call us. He's been rotting in a bathtub for 3 days. And then the fucking neighbors, who are also living in this building illegally but have a cell phone, called us because they were sick of the smell and they want us to get him out of here. Not realizing that we'd have to fucking kick them out and reboard up this property. Now, if you just have Narcan out there for free in the community, you can fucking poop and fucking bring people back to life. Like, there's kids all the time that save their fucking parents, uncles, aunts, grandma, grandparents, brothers, sisters' lives because they might be 6 or 7, but they're like, okay, if you ever see your brother turn blue, he has some problems that we can't fix. We cannot send him to rehab for $30,000, but if you ever see him turn blue or he won't talk to you, or he won't mess around with you, don't think he's pretending. The name of the game is you go to the closet, you get this, you open it up, you pull the cap off, and you spray it in his nose, and then you call us, okay? Even if you're not going to call 911, you call us. He should wake up. The kid wakes up, Pomp wakes up. That's the whole thing. It's not like the best situation, but it's a fucking seatbelt in a fucking society full of people that can't drive. Do you know what I mean? It's so important to have it out there. Right, you need a doctor, but usually it's the doctor who only works with corpses. Also, there's a few times EMTs can declare too. Generally speaking, if they're missing a head or a liquefying. Yeah, I mean, if you can tell. Don't you need a doctor to establish the guy's actually dead, though? You need a doctor. You have to have an MD to sign. You have to have a elected, usually. It depends on the state, I think, how it specifically goes down. But you have to have an actual elected or certified and then appointed mortuary specialist. Not mortuary specialist. I'm saying that wrong. What the fuck is the death guy? God damn it. I can't remember the name of that. It's just escaping my mind. Coroner. Now, the doctors can declare the guy dead because you can declare time of death. He's fucking dead, right? The death certificate has to be signed by the coroner, usually. It might change a little bit here and there, but basically, someone who's a specialist in determining causes of death will be the person that comes in. Now, obviously, this guy clearly, his fucking head is gone and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? You'll say they're dead. The coroner has to make sure that head being gone is how the guy died, and it wasn't like, oh, he had a fucking heart attack and fell off of a tower and hit one of the fucking pipes on the way down, and it beheaded him. Like, that's what the coroner does. So the coroner has to do that because the coroner has to sign the death certificate. You have a birth certificate when you're born, right? You have a death certificate when you die. Now, in certain places, we don't have enough money for a coroner or blah, 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 blah. They might have a different one. Coroners are very much local elections to the city level. So that might be something that they have like a special dispensation, but there has to be a specialist. I think that's a federal mandate to some degree. There has to be a specialist who is appointed and undergoes certain levels of training, basically to keep how deaths are reported and the terminology used for them the same across the board for the entire country, right? And it's pretty much universal everywhere. So the coroner does have to come out and sign the death warrant, which is, an inevitability for pretty much everyone. But if it's a suspicious death, right, because there's other things than obviously just the heroin overdose or whatever, then they have to do an autopsy. And in some cases, you have to do an autopsy no matter what if it was an unattended death. So, so basically, there's attended deaths, okay? You have a doctor around you or someone that's like a hospice care person, or you're in your home with someone who's known to be ill. Like, so your grandpa was with your grandma, he had a heart attack, and she called the police, and by the time they got there, or the EMS, by the time they got there, he'd passed, and they called him on the floor, but they took him in. That's still an attended death, because it was kind of like, okay, we know what happened, we can trust this person's word pretty much that this is going to be a heart attack. It looks like a heart attack, it's a heart attack. Drug addicts tend to go through what you would call an unattended death or an unobserved death, or there's a billion different ways to say it. An actual medical professional will get you there way closer. But basically, there's no direct connection with a known medical condition, and like that addiction that doesn't count in this case, and the death, right? Because like those aren't considered an acceptable means of like therapeutic assessment, and then you die. You can't go like, oh well, you're a heroin addict, so you're going to die. And like that was your diagnosis, so like this death is understood. Like if you had a heart attack out in the woods behind your house and somebody found you, they would still go like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a heart condition type deal. If you died of a heroin overdose in the back of your woods, they have to go like, he's on heroin. We have to double check. All right, we can't just take it because he's dead. We don't know it was heroin. He might have a needle in his arm and a tourniquet on, but we don't know that's actually heroin. We know that's intravenous drug use. We don't know if it's heroin. We don't know if it's a speedball. We don't know anything. So we have to go do a toxicology. We're going to have to take his blood. We're gonna have to run that out. We're gonna have to double check this stuff. If he has any sort of like AIDS or anything, we're gonna have to try to double check and call partners, depending on if you're in a reporting state, all that sort of stuff, in order to assess the nature of the death and basically alleviate the state's concern that any foul play occurred. Okay. So like the more unattended the death is, or the more suspicious or foul play circumstances the death is, the more likely you're going to need the coroner to do more and more and more shit to validate the assumptive or presumptive cause of death. So like your doctor will go like, blunt force trauma, severe damage to the skull is sufficient enough to say that this person would be dead from these injuries. Basically, we're calling death because we are ending treatment. That's what the doctor does. The doctor who's trying to save a life says, we can't save this life anymore. Why? The body is too damaged and too unresponsive to therapeutic intervention to make itself live the way that it needs to. Okay? The heart has stopped. Now, I think that this heart has, I can see looking at this body that there's, a severe frontal, trauma to the skull that would be probably fatal in most issues. His heart's not beating. He's blue. He's unresponsive. They'll give you a list of death conditions and say, like, because of this, we are going to cease treatment. And at this time, I'm declaring that this individual is dead. Not that they died at that time. At this time, I'm saying this person is dead. At like this time, this date, I'm declaring this individual is dead. No, I don't know when they died. That's kind of the unattended part, right? So we find somebody with a caved in skull and they're dead out in the woods, but they've also, they got like fucking track marks and stuff on their arm. And this death was unattended. It was out there somewhere. No one knows exactly what happens. Now the coroner's going to have to go in like, okay, well, obviously this fucking skull is damaged, but we're going to take all this individual's clothes off. We are going to clean the body. We're going to take samples of the stuff that we're cleaning off of the body. We're going to take this person's hair. We are going to do a assessment of the pallor of the skin, of the turgidity of the muscles, about how much blood is left in the body, how many fluids, what's the level of decomposition, what's the contents of their stomach. We're going to pull out their brain, their heart, their kidneys, their liver, their stomach, their pancreas, all of this stuff, and look at it, weigh it, observe it, see if there has any obvious defects and stuff. And that's usually when they find something that might be strange, right? Okay, we notice that this guy, he's got a caved in skull, but also he's got a series of track marks on his arm. Okay, we also see that this guy's got like this issue here, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And they note all that and they use that to do in a death investigation. That's when the time of death is like put down. Like, I believe in my capacity as a coroner and a specialist investigating death elected by the city of Louisville, 2025 in this election, and certified by the head of the Board of Examiners of the state of Kentucky, or the Commonwealth of Kentucky. I do hereby certify that because of this evidence, that this individual was more than likely died of misadventure through use of heroin, causing a series of supplemental injuries after the fact. And you have to do all of that. You have to do all of that shit. And it's like it's this big process. Like it's society. We have this whole process to try to figure out, okay, there's a guy dead in an alley. It looks like a heroin overdose, but is it? And that shit's expensive. It skyrockets. And the thing is you might be like, well, it's going to happen eventually. It's like, yeah, it happens eventually. But if we can kick the can down the road every time someone's going to die of something stupid and avoidable like heroin, we have more morgue spots open. We have more time for our coroners to do more important work, actual autopsy work and stuff on dead bodies. We have time for the officers to investigate other stuff. We have less road miles on our ambulances overall. We have less time out there. If you have the EMS on scene and the guy fucking wakes up and he leaves, EMS can leave too, basically. They don't have to sit there and wait for the cops, wait for the fucking homicide detectives who are authorized to say, like, this is, accidental death investigation, this is a murder investigation, da-da-da. They don't have to wait, as they will, on scene for those guys to get there so that the fucking homicide detective can come and talk to you. The homicide detective doesn't have to drive out. It's just such a massive, one fucking Narcan shot can save so much fucking time and money for a city. There's no reason not to use it. And it's like, and when you get into the time loss, which I try to calculate based on salaries type deal, it's night and day. There's no reason not to use it. There's no reason cops shouldn't have it. They should be hitting people. They should be hitting non-responsive people with Narcan in any case where they think that it's somebody. Like, dude, they could be saving fucking like witnesses and shit for crimes, but they don't. It's so stupid. I like to believe A New Reaper is chosen the way to Tim Allen Santa Claus movies. I think that's already a movie. Corrupt coroners in rural star towns are a nightmare to deal with. Oh yeah, like corruption in rural areas is just always the worst. Well, corruption in general is bad. Corruption in rural areas is fucking crazy because that shit is like you sometimes unironically you gotta fuck kill the people that are elected. I won't get into it here because goddamn that's a distraction. But West Virginia, there was the pill mill era. There was a sheriff in southern West Virginia who was raw fucking on the take, basically operating a drug gang. And somebody like that was the way of things. I think that was fucking Dirty Mingo, but somebody just came up to him while he was in his car one day and blew his fucking brains out with a shotgun. Chit pop, and like. Nobody knew that something was crazy until none of the cops in the state went to his funeral, which is like bonkers. I've seen one cop funeral in an area that I covered pretty much most of the time I was in the news, right? When I was writing daily news. And it was a random officer in, I think it was Norfolk, Virginia, got shot by a psycho. Just a crazy person at a fucking bus stop came up and shot him. He's like a young guy. And they had a parade for the dude that was like 25 miles long or something. It's not a specific number. Go look up the stories from the time. But it's an insane amount of miles. Multiple miles upon miles long for this guy who just got shot by a fucking psycho. For the sheriff of a fucking red state, we love our cops, to not have any of the police officers, none of the cops, none of the officers' unions, I don't think, showed up for the guy's funeral. Everyone in the state went, oh, okay. Like, what the fuck? God damn. So, technical difficulties, old ass songs nobody remembers, Amy Winehouse overdoses, and the war on drugs. Yes. What the hell are you guys talking about? Making sure you guys aren't arguing here. There's a story of a local official who never had people run against to have his friend wait until the polls closed to bring his mother in. As a write-in and won. Jesus Christ. Reminds me of where I live. One cop got car bombed for being crooked. Dude, when a cop gets fucking... I'll tell you this right now, and people don't talk about it enough, but it's kind of like jury nullification. Cops are usually... It's very similar to like the Hassan Piker sphere. I know like it'll drive people crazy to hear this, but you know, like the Hassan Piker like cultoid sphere where nobody wants to say anything bad about him, or like, you know, like similar things, but then like one person comes out and then all of a sudden everyone's like, oh no, this person's been bad the whole time. Police stations are like that, but they're way more intense. I don't like corrupt cops. I'm not defending police corruption, but I will say the lack of trying to do stuff about it when you're a police officer and you find out about it and getting roped in, I do have some level of like understanding of not basically being frozen about what the fuck I should do. Because it's not like whistleblowing for like Walgreens. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the Walgreens manager's a rapist. It's like, okay, well, the Walgreens manager is named Jim. He's like some schlubby fuck, and Jim has no power, money, or connections. Whereas opposed to like, oh yeah, the fucking chief of police's kid is a rapist and he's like a fucking sergeant on the force. Like, oh, okay, well, fuck. Like, if you fucking approach it wrong, the people that would be investigating you getting shot twice in an alley in the middle of the night are the ones that you're looking into. So it's like, you gotta go. But I will say the converse to that is, every time I've seen a police corruption scandal, and it's kind of shocking, they almost never find the guy that kills the cop. That's the corrupt one. Like with a shocking level of like it eclipses the fucking national. Like no one solved that. It's crazy. It feels like a lot of the times people are just waiting for it to like go away. But the amount of power you can exert is just so much exponentially higher than the people immediately underneath you when you're in these, especially like rural areas and stuff, that it's like they're stuck, right? Because I mean, dude, you might get fucking shot on a fucking rural road or something. Like, oh, what happened? Like a fucking hunting accident. We never investigated. Somebody was shooting at a deer or something from a tree over there and just fucking went right past. Boom, got him in the head. Freak accident. You know, freak accidents happen. People talk about. This is why I always like, people think they're gangster if they live in fucking states where people make movies and shit about gangsters all the time. You don't know about crime if you ain't never lived in the middle of America, because no one talks about it. You don't, until it'll open like a fucking giant bloody binder of facts. And you go, what? The whole time? Yeah. Nobody makes songs about it. People come out here like, oh yeah, you don't know what it's like being a gangster. You're not from the fucking West Coast. Oh no, I'm probably not. There's no gangsters around here. No one commits crime around here. like, well, you're part of a fucking street gang. You guys wear like different colors. These motherfuckers run fucking like a modern slavery ring, arresting people that pass through and sending them to a jail that his brother owns. Anyone that fucking asks questions about it, people just vanish till they know that they're not supposed to. Like generational fucking organized crime. And it's like, that's the guy that is the criminal is on top of that bus right there, and everybody's applauding for him. Like that's what crime looks like in the fucking Midwest. It's terrifying. Like it's beyond people's comprehension what actual like gangster shit is until you get out where it's high corn and fucking cicadas. Like when it gets quiet out there, that's like you're like, oh fuck. If these motherfuckers are sideways, I'm gone. You know what I mean? Like I've covered stories and shit where I start driving out to go talk to somebody that is already like a little sus, like fucking North Dakota. And then when you're on the third fucking mile of that road and you wind your windows down and you can't hear shit, there's not even cows, you're like, God damn. You see one house over your fucking side, over the side of your shoulder. There's a house is like this big. And then you're like, I wonder if anyone lives out there. And it's right when it fucking finally aligns with the sky as you're next to it, you can just see that it's been completely fucking abandoned and ripped out forever. And you can see straight through it and it's just fallen timbers inside. And then you got another 3 miles and you get to the place. And you fucking pull up on that gravel. Like, God, here we go. That's like, that gangster shit happens out there. You just don't hear about it. And nobody fucking singing songs. Nobody fucking like, oh man, we're gonna make 6-part movie, Italian Mafia. Whoa, watch out, it's the Italian Mafia. Everywhere the Italian Mafia could be, they were. Everywhere they weren't, they tried to be, and they got reminded of staying wherever the fuck it is they're from. Cincinnati got racist. You guys ever heard about the fucking sheriff's deputy or sheriff? I can't remember what the fuck who it was. I should cover this because it's fucking insane. Italian American Mafia tried to start up in Cincinnati, and it got bad. They fucking killed them. They were fucking disappearing fucking people, disappearing them. They're like, oh, this is just an attack on Italian Americans type deal. And they went, yes, yeah, because like any of these guys came near you. So it became so fucking terrifying to even be like mob adjacent, because they're like, no, we control the crime here. And the checking into the crime. We have both sides. We have the whole coin. I don't know what the fuck kind of Husker Du horse shit you run out there on the fucking East Coast and stuff. But you came into the dirty part of middle America. Step out of line and you're going to find yourself fucking staked out in a hot ass field in the middle of fucking who knows where. And that's where you're going to be. You ain't fucking know. You got 2 rivers to dump somebody into. You know what I mean? Like out there in fucking New York and shit. Murder capital, blah, blah, blah. And then you get out to somewhere like, there's no murders here. People go missing. There's no murders. So why it's always missing and murdered indigenous women? Because they have to have that first M. Because they're like, well, we don't have any deaths. It's because they just go fucking steal Native American girls out of their fucking houses sometimes. Boom. Kick the door down, steal a lady, get her addicted to drugs. All right, you're a fucking slave now. Like, The fucking middle of America is terrifying. You have no idea how scary it is. Probably some black folks do. Like, there's towns that aren't even sundown towns. They're just, no. You know what I mean? Nah. I get looked at crazy. You know what I mean? Like, they can tell, they look at you. There's good people and bad people out there, but like sometimes you get a whiff. You're like, damn, there's fucking 40 people out here and they got some shit going on. I'm never asking about it. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is happening out here. Children of the Corn ain't got shit on this. It's fucking crazy out there. It is bonkers. Talk about like, yeah, man, fucking do all this shit, blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, they don't fucking make movies about what happens. No one asks. No one tells. Maybe someday later they find it. What the hell is this over here? Like, yeah, we found a fucking house over up on the north side of town. Had like 800 skulls in it or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, what from who? We're like, no idea. Nope, none of these people were ever found missing. None of the dental records match. It's just skulls. Like, god damn. Turn the fucking memory of people into dust. Fucking Midwest is terrifying. It's like, why are you all so polite out there? It's like, cause bro, if you have a breakdown on like I-64 at like Southern Illinois, you know, we start seeing like pump jacks and like nothing else for a bit. That fucking wind on one of them 2-lane roads, pull off. Somebody comes up, help you out. Hey, how you doing, bud? Hey, how you doing? You having a little trouble? I am having a little bit of trouble. You don't mind helping me? Oh, no. Fucking two of the nicest people in the world. With the fucking understanding, like, damn, something goes crazy right now. How slow do you think you have to be driving to double check this ditch? You know, if somebody rolled you over down where them rocks are, think anybody ever find you? Like, no, dude. Fucking Midwest is fucking terrifying. Scary as shit. God damn. What are sundown towns? I'm not American. Sundown towns are towns that black people have to get out of before the sun goes down. And usually a sundown town has limits that are like way far outside of the town. So if you're black and they catch you in or around the sundown town, on the inside of the signs, whatever it is, after nightfall, they'll fucking hang you or shoot you. And like raw. Really what it means is don't try to stay here at inns and stuff. Don't visit at all. Don't even risk being within a 30-minute drive in or out of this place, because that's it. Everyone knows each other. There's 1,000 people in here and they all hate black people. Don't even fuck around. You know what I mean? Or there's just even one small crew. That's what a sundown town is. And sundown town, there's sundown towns for like any outsiders. I mean, if you want to be honest, I mean, probably especially back in the day, but like, it's not common in America anymore the way that it was common in like Jim Crow, because people get caught. You know what I mean? If you get chased down the street by a bunch of fucking white people in a goddamn pickup truck shooting shotguns, I'm not going to say that's like not a threat, but you know, in 1962, you'd have to have a whole fucking 8mm camera to try to figure out what's going on. Nowadays, you can at least turn on your fucking, like, what the fuck? These motherfuckers are trying to kill me. Tyler needs to write a realistic horror story about the Midwest of America. I've already written like 3, bud. That's what my wife has been telling me. That was the first novel I wrote. It's called Black Bled the Prairie. It's about North Dakota. Anthropic is a company on the internet. Recent revelations. So, how to say this? Anthropic is a company on the internet. Anthropic is an AI company. I don't know the specifics of their specialty, but they did. I do know because I did the research. Anthropic is a company on the internet. They are the generative AI company behind Clyde, a chatbot. And they're most notable for being involved in the first very like major lawsuit against AI companies that has kind of been, filed and then won in this area. Now, it wasn't a victory of a lawsuit. It was a victory for the people that were involved in the lawsuit. But it ended ultimately, as reported in the Associated Press, in a $1.5 billion settlement for the authors involved. Now, according to the AP reporting, that equivocates out to per author being paid right around in the ballpark of $3,000 before having also the copies of the books that like the data of the book inside Anthropic's system being deleted. This is a mixed judgment, and it's not necessarily a win for anti-AI proponents. Now, it's probably going to cause serious issues. It's not a precedent. It's somewhat precedential, as in, anything that happens and then can be referred to as a precedent. In legal terms, what happened was a settlement. So there was a class action lawsuit. What is a class action lawsuit? Please go and watch Better Call Saul for the best possible explanation of one and what happens. But fundamentally, there's a lot of different types of lawsuits that can occur. Usually a lawsuit is filed by a single individual. Now, if the individual has a claim that is extremely similar to, or almost the exact same as, essentially, other people's claims, what they can do is to simplify things for the courts, and sometimes the courts will demand this, and it kind of depends how it goes, but they will add all of these individuals to what you would call a class. Now, the class is basically a representative organism of multiple different people via one person, usually. Now, it doesn't mean that only one person can be called as a witness, but we'll say that, like, John Smith was one of the authors in this. I think specifically it is this lady, but I don't want to equate this with Anthropic specifically. One guy, we'll say his name is John Smith, is wronged by company A. The way that he's wronged is almost exactly identical to like 1,000 other people. Now, those 1,000 people that have this same issue with slightly degrees of verity to them, right? We'll say that John Smith was injured physically and monetarily. All right, he's the worst possible example. About half the people were. The other people were only injured monetarily, okay? So what the courts will do, or what the lawyers will do, or what everyone will do together is decide, hey, would it save the court's time? Would it make it easier for all of us? And would it make it easier for us as a company to combine this example of a person into a class of people? Literally, you create a class. And that class of people takes their, and they have an action, and that action they take is a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit. Okay, so there'll be a person that's representative of the class, and that person will be the one that's kind of discussed. So he had this thing happen, and this is the thing that's bad, and that lets it kind of be simplified, so it doesn't have to be like 150 people, blah 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 blah, and the parade and stuff. And kind of lets the court focus on, okay, well, what happened? Well, he purchased a product. It said it would do this and make him money. They lied about how the product would work, and it didn't make him money. Also, in the use of the product, because of its defective nature that didn't let it make him money, it also physically injured him. So he suffered a physical injury, a monetary injury, and these are the situations that came and happened and set up, and they go, okay, cool. The vast majority of class action lawsuits are settled. I don't know. I can't give you numbers on that. I've just looked at it before. And it's because basically a class action lawsuit usually happens against a company, right? Or some sort of large individual. The amount of influence you would have to create a class for a class action lawsuit is usually something that's only reserved for something the size of a company or someone who's a multimillionaire. But you might see it expressed for something like, I think Larry Nassar was individually sued as part of a greater class action. I could be wrong about that, but just think of an individual like that who's a sex pest, but also a private citizen. But still, he did so much civil damage over so many years that you still have people that can bind together as a class and do it. There's limitations on how many people you need to have a class, I think. I can't remember. This is all in the rules of civil procedure. It's over your heads. Don't worry about it. What happened here is a class action suit was filed against Anthropic by a group, a class of authors who are all have a representative story that's similar to this lady, okay? And that class went for and said, you are violating our intellectual property rights, and so we want you to stop doing that, and we also want to be compensated for lawyers' fees, for our time, for whatever the hell, blah, 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 blah. Ultimately, what happened is the company settled, because to not settle meant to go to the next stage of the case. Now, when the next stage of the case happens, it goes nuts. Now, the reason you might like a settlement is because it ends things. Settlement is usually the very end. unless the settlement's violated, I don't think that they restart. This is a little bit outside of my thing to say with certainty, but basically why you would settle something is that it ends it. If you go to court and then you win or lose, now you're open to appeal. And then the appeals process usually begins because it's a bad idea not to. Now, you might not have any money to go through appeal, but most people, if you actually take it to the fucking mat and then you win or lose, you go to appeal. The other thing is when you settle, the settlement, it happens between you and the aggrieved party, and it's overseen by the judge, right? Or whatever sort of legal stricture. There's a bunch of different ways to do it, but basically it's small and it's very, very controlled. So you don't have to worry about a lot of different people. Now the class is going to get together to decide whether or not they want to accept the settlement. The judge oversees everything, or whatever, the magistrate, however it's organized, and then the defendant decides whether or not they want to accept that settlement, or if they offered it, blah, 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 blah. They all talk it out, and then they go, and then you're done. If you go to trial, win or lose, it can go anyway. You never know. You never know what an American jury is going to do. I mean, even nowadays, people grand juries used to be a fucking knockout, and there's jury nullification is happening on both coasts in America at this point. So it's crazy. Also, the juries, depending on the situation, depending on the type of law, depending on the type of municipality you're in, can be the ones that decide what the what the damages really are. You can say, I think that these damages are blank, but ultimately, once the jury says, like, you did or didn't do this thing, the jury can decide in certain situations what the actual damages are going to be, as long as they're within the bounds of what's legally acceptable. And so you can have something like the Alex Jones lawsuit, where I think that the original suit was really low, like what people thought that they were going to get out of it. And then when they actually went to awards by the jury was like, no, fucking all the way up. Like they gave him, they obliterated him. So if you're one of these companies, you know, tech companies are not liked in America at all anymore. If you don't find it, it's, I think probably, if I had to guess, going to be very, very hard, as people have started to really fucking hate tech companies on the left and the right. It's universal. No one likes the products. Everyone can tell that they're unfair. Everyone is irritated by them. So your possible selection of jurors who are going to be like honest and even try to be like self-defeating and be like, I don't think I can give you the fair. People are now going to be to the level where like, if I see Mark Zuckerberg getting sued, I want to fuck him over. Like those kind of people are going to be likely to wind up in your jury pool. And so you don't want to risk that kind of stuff. And so you want to push for a settlement. Now, if you're an author and stuff too, if you don't want to go through all of the, you know, if you think that you've gotten what you're good for in this, then you'll go, yeah, the settlement's fine. As reported in the AP, the expectations for people close to it was that if Anthropic would have gone deeper into this, if Anthropic would have pushed for a jury trial and not accepted a settlement outright, it probably would have been much more money that they lost. To quote Justin Nelson, a lawyer for the authors, in the AP article, by the way, all credit to Matt O'Brien. Where was that? As best we can tell, it's the largest copyright recovery ever, said Justin Nelson, a lawyer for the authors. It is the first of its kind in the AI era. A trio of authors, thriller novelist Andrea Bartz and nonfiction writers Charles Graeber and Kirk Wallace Johnson, sued last year and now represent a broader group of writers and publishers whose books Anthropic downloaded to train its chatbot, Claude. The issue here is that this isn't perfect. It's also not a gunshot, but it is a serious issue. So these companies have been training their stuff on pirated information. We find that out in this. As part of the settlement, the company has also agreed to destroy the original book files it downloaded. Books are known to be an important source of data, in essence, billions of words carefully strung together that are needed to build the AI large language models behind chatbots like Anthropic's Clyde and its chief rival OpenAI's ChatGPT. This is from the AP. House of June ruling found that Anthropic had downloaded more than 7 million digitized books that it knew had been pirated. It started with nearly 200,000 from an online library called Books3, assembled by AI researchers outside of OpenAI to mask the vast collections on which ChatGPT was trained. And then one of the lead plaintiffs in the case, Bart's, her book, The Lost Night, was found in the training data. they also had information saying that these the individuals working on Claude knew that it was illegal and were basically like internal communications proved that. So, but you still have to go through a great deal of legal, legal process in order to get to the point where you can do that. The ultimate issue arises that this isn't a headshot for anti-AI propagandists like me, I guess you would say, or for the anti-AI crowd in general. What they were shown is that very much like Google Books, I believe it's called, while you cannot illegally download the content in order to use it, you can purchase the books and basically rip them to pieces and then individually scan every single page and upload them like that into these systems. Now, even that is something that might not necessarily last. As we see in here, yeah. Comparing the AI model, industry. Okay, yeah, I'll read that in a second. But basically, archival has been struck down by, I think it was Supreme Court decision. I can't remember exactly. I'll try to throw that up on the screen for the edited version of this video. But archiving, public archivals are no longer acceptable. Now, that doesn't mean that private archivals aren't, so there's a bit of oddness there, but that comes from people trying to do the Internet Archive, essentially. And so some of these things were not necessarily protected, but they were seen to be falling underneath this umbrella, yet untested legal umbrella of what is archiving. Basically creating a private, non-public, I would say, as opposed to private, but a non-public library of information that is accessible to who knows, however determined by the owner amount of people, right? So you can't get rid of archives that are private, but to the level that archive is available to other individuals, what is the legality of that? So if I had an archive that's private of books, as Google does, where Google can look at all of these books that it's personally purchased, ripped up, and then slotted it into its own machine, can it sell that data? Can it share archival access with another major company that's going to use that to avoid purchasing all of that stuff? That's probably where some of the gray areas coming out. So essentially what in too long didn't read form, the current decision by the judge was that it's only intellectual property theft, so much is so that they did not pay for the books. Now, that's bad and good for anti-AI people. It's kind of like a mid-wash. If you see somebody like fucking Shadiverse, is probably going to get excited about it, but it's definitely not a knockout. What you're purchasing when you buy a book is not necessarily what you think you're buying. Okay. Now, if you buy a copy of a book, you don't buy the copyright to the book. So if you copy a book that you purchased, you actually can't do that. You can do almost anything you want with your property, but your property is not the information in the book. Your property is the book itself, the literal holistic book. So manipulating it, destroying it. I mean, I think you've pretty much anyone that's ever has seen like, hey, if you find this without a cover on it and the cover's been ripped off, this is a whatever type book, etc. Right? That is kind of well known. I don't have the precedents and stuff, or if it's even really been gone into, but just because you purchase something doesn't mean that you own all of it. Right. So if you buy a movie, obviously movies, you wouldn't download a car. Movies have a thing that says, don't copy this, don't make any exceptions. So changing the purchase agreement of what you're buying when you buy a book, or exemplifying it and saying that this book is not to be used for or accepted to be used in any artificial intelligence publication, any use of that is like contrary to the nature of the purchase of this book. If you start putting stuff like that in, I don't know if that's a gunshot, but I've heard people talking about it to essentially establish that you're not allowed to use this to train an artificial intelligence or to do anything with it. You're not allowed to buy this book and then by virtue of your purchase of it, do anything you want with the content inside of the book. You're not buying the story. The story is owned by somebody else. What you are buying is the non-exclusive right to read this story relative to this single construct of a book, forever until the book itself disintegrates based on, your ability to own it as an owner. But you don't actually own the words in the book. You don't own the cover art, any of that. So it's actually kind of a strange decision to say, like, well, they trained the thing on it. That's okay because they purchased the book. Is weird. But, like, I think it's because this judge doesn't really understand it. When you go to the end of the segment right here, the settlement could influence other disputes, including an ongoing lawsuit by authors and newspapers against OpenAI and its business partner Microsoft, and cases against Meta and Midjourney. And just as the Anthropic settlement terms were filed, another group of authors sued Apple on Friday in the same San Francisco federal court. So that's another thing. Basically, when you have courts, this is what's always, it's very funny hearing people talk about law stuff, and you've just, like, you can tell somebody's never heard of it before. Courts don't know stuff about legal issues until they research them most of the time. So, like, if you go to a criminal court where there's a judge that's been doing criminal law judgments for 20 years, he might be a demon about all this stuff. So, like, there's crimes that happen, like drug crime and stuff. Okay, this is what comes across my desk all the time. But then that judge, even after those 20 years, will have to slow things down to, like, a crawl, because one of the cases that comes across his desk is relative to some unique aspect of, like, hey, we used a Caterpillar crane to commit this crime, but blah, blah, blah. And then the judge will have to go, like, oh, okay, hold on now. I have to make sure that this is okay. There's procedural issues that they'll always know about, but, like, when it comes to making judgments and stuff, it gets a little bit crazy. Can I let somebody out on bail or on bond for this? Like, this is okay. When it comes to civil, it's even more insane, because civil cases are a case-by-case basis. It really is the heart and soul of that term, case-by-case basis. There is no knockout. There's no certainty. This is one of the funny things with people talking about Taylor Lorenz is reporting, like, somebody, I think that you would sue somebody if they lied about you. I was like, oh, okay, sweetheart. What law journal did you fucking find on the back of a Happy Meal where you learned that shit from? That's why the legal world is scary. It's because case-by-case basis is the law of the land. It's the only thing you can guarantee, is that nothing is going to be the same the second time. This is because if you have a civil court that goes in one direction or hasn't done something before, they might have to learn about it. If the judge, especially if the judge's actual opinions on it and the judge's knowledge of something, or even his colleagues or friends or whoever that he knows in the courthouse, their knowledge on it is non-existent on the first case, and they go in one direction, by the time the second case rolls around, they're going to have more familiarity with it because they just haven't tried that before. This is the first, major AI case that's like this. And so everybody's new to it. The way that the judge decided to say, like, this is how I think the law should be interpreted. This is how we're going to approach with jurisprudence, how the defense attorneys, how the plaintiffs approached constructing the argument is now going to become more refined. And this is what I was talking about 2 years ago, I think, when I was first getting into this. It's always slow, and if the first lawsuit comes out and it goes against you, the subsequent lawsuits will be crazier. And it will escalate. This is why, the big tobacco lawsuits are a good thing to read up on if you want to know kind of how things can go when a company has been doing stuff that is, if you go and you ask people on the street, hey, if you had to go and sit on a jury today and I told you this thing happens, and you can say, like, most of the people that are going to hear you ask that question and you go, that sounds pretty bad. Once those questions actually get brought to court, because it's kind of like, it's hard to get the propaganda in there the same way that it is when you're, like, in a fucking YouTube panel show. People start making decisions that are very, very much in line with what you would think a standard moral impression of the situation can be. And it's really not as vague as it feels. And it comes down to, like, strange questions around, procedure and what is and isn't the truth and all this sort of stuff. And it skyrockets. And when you look at the big tobacco lawsuits, which were, I think, still to this day, maybe eclipsed by one, but generally the largest lawsuits in the history of basically common law, with the amount of people that were involved in, cigarettes give me cancer, the cigarette companies were lying about it. Well, they have all these lawyers. Why would they just lie? I feel like they would know they would get sued. It's like, yeah, they did, you dumb fuck. but they tried to kick the can down the road. And then once these small lawsuits started kicking off, then all of them did. And so everybody with a really good case or a really okay case, they don't know. Now they know, oh, not only do I have an okay case, I have actually the test case. The test case for being wronged is my situation. It's just I'm different and the person who wronged me is different, but it's that test case. It opens up, bam. Next thing opens up, bam. Next thing opens up, bam. And then it just fucking skyrockets. It just goes crazy because person after person after person, class after class after class will emerge. And because they already know how the courts are going to approach certain questions, they are now trying to strategize how to deal with it again. And if you're on the back foot because you're a company and like, okay, well, I had my lawyers. We were a multi-billion-dollar company. We were valued at $500 billion. We have a lot of assets to throw around. We had a serious legal team, but now you're bleeding. You lost. When you lose a lawsuit as a major company for something that's a core issue of your operations, that's serious. Like there's things that happen with like automotive where it's like, dude, the way that we were building tires is going to fuck us over. But thankfully, we're not a tire company. We're an automotive company. We'll weather this. We'll figure it out, and then we'll move on. But you have something like cigarettes. The way that cigarettes are sold, the way that they work as a product cause fatalities, and you have to lie about how dangerous they are. It's bad. With AI companies, the only thing that they provide, literally, with these generative AI companies, is the ability to make things that you can't make by stealing things other people have made. And it's impossible to talk your way around that with normal people outside of on the internet. I know people will hear like a debate type environment and you're okay. It's not like that in a courtroom. It's just really not. It is horrible. It's boring. It's 8-9 hours straight, maybe 12 in a day of people listing off. There's no moment where you're like, oh, okay, so you can't explain that. You can't explain that. He can't explain that. You don't get to do that. They go, oh, sorry, Your Honor, that we had that was actually, we misfiled this. Would it be okay with the court if we proceeded past evidence unit like 2 and 3 and caught back with those after lunch, and we can just proceed to 4, 5, and 6. Again, Your Honor, I'm sorry we did not have that. It's a filing issue. You can see we brought 10 boxes in with us to read today. Yeah, that's fine. We'll make a note that they were getting ready to present 4 and 5 and didn't have them, and they're going to be returning with that after lunch. Correct? Today lunch, not tomorrow lunch. Today lunch, Your Honor. We already have my paralegals on it. They're on the way back to the office. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry as well to the plaintiff or the defendant, however you want to say it. We're very sorry to wasting your guys' time as well. Defense, do you have any strong objection to this? We would have wished that they had everything, Your Honor, but no, we have no sustainable objection to this. That's what it's like. There is no I didn't look it up. Like, they look it up. It's exhaustive, and it can last for months, if not years, as you get through it. And once it opens and you're bleeding, the other lawyers can see their way in, and they'll go, well, shit, I'm going to exhaust every test case. That's why when you start saying, do you or a loved one have mesothelioma? Have you ever were you ever working between the years of 1975 and 1978? Were you employed in one of these following industries? And do you feel any of these symptoms? Lightheadedness, sickness. If any of these things are true, contact your friends at the Donner Law Group. Donner Law is the industry leader in blah, 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 blah. And we want to help you find out today if you are owed money for mesothelioma or wherever the hell it is. Those came after the mesothelioma lawsuits, and they're still making money. They're still bleeding because the companies did something illegal, and they're still bleeding. They're still getting them to this day over that sort of stuff. And it's the same all the way down. So the lawyers will look into it, and they're like, how many test cases that are wins? By the way, wins. If you did the things that happened in the other case, and those are just the situations, but you just happen to be different and the people you wronged are different, they're going to come for you. And they're going to get you, and they're going to win, especially if they have a persuasive or even a de jure precedent, because they say, like, no, in this case, this is always illegal. You're going to see lawsuits go crazy. Like, companies will they'll declare themselves bankrupt and get out of the game in that day. Now, this isn't necessarily going to go in that direction, but $1.5 billion was put down on the table, which means that the law company more than likely is pulling 40% of that. So that's $600 million. So the law company that pushed for what I was telling you 2 years ago, the most obvious fucking, you're going to win the shit out of these IP cases because property is property. If I have something and you took it from me, you didn't pay me for it, you better have a really good reason for having it in America, especially because property is the thing. And it's a left and right issue. The left, it's hard to talk people on the left out of giving up what they have, and the right's only thing. They want literally to go back to the original life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It used to be life, liberty, and property are the three primary rights in America. And it's hard to part people with it. And the thing is property owners have the most rights in America. And also, when it comes to IP, they're some of the biggest people. And they have to fight each other to hold on to what they have. And they're vicious about it. If it's going like this for authors who are getting compensated to a rate of $3,000 per book, when fucking Disney... when fucking Disney and Time Warner are coming after you, you might be in some serious fucking trouble. It's gonna be crazy. It is gonna be nuts because you're basically, to explain this in the most simplistic of terms, AI creates nothing. It provides nothing, and it just doesn't. You can work your way around the brain, your cerebral definitions of what you think is and isn't creation. But when it comes to it, and this gets put in front of a jury, they're going to show you things that they made and own, and then they're going to show you things that the fucking machine copied and put out, and they're going to go, how did I make this, and then he copied it and made money without paying me? And every person that has a sense of justice that's more developed than a fucking amoeba is going to go, oh, because they stole, and because they stole. And what do we do with thieves? We kill them. No, well, sometimes we make them give everything back plus the money for wasting our time. Jesus Christ, Karen. And that's probably what you're going to see. And this is already with a judge that is like, doesn't understand the technical issues of it. I'm going to go ahead and read the end of this. This indicates that maybe for other cases, it's possible for creators and AI companies to reach settlements without having to essentially go for broke in court, said Long, the legal analyst. The industry, including Anthropic, has largely praised Alsop's June ruling because he found that training AI systems on copyrighted works so chatbots can produce their own passages of text qualified as fair use under U.S. copyright law because it was quintessentially transformative. Now, that doesn't have staying power. That's not a precedental judgment. That is a thing that he said before a settlement was reached. So it's not a judgment. It's still there. It's still something that other judges could refer to. But a judge, if you go to jury trial on this, then it's going to have to become a question of the interpretation of the United States copyright law, which is First Amendment law, which is the bread and butter of people that want to go talk to the Supreme Court. Lawyers that are, I want to make sure my name goes down in stone, are going to be pursuing these things because this is something that is going to be, if it's taken all the way, and because it's on the plaintiffs, they have the ability and they have the access to the money here. The money is on the plaintiff's side. It's a good idea to try to push for it. In this case, you're going to see, I think, a lot of hungry lawyers that are going to come out here and go, I want to go fucking fight this all the way to the Supreme Court, and I want to have my name permanently attached to a precedential judgment on behalf of intellectual property in America, because this will make it so that I don't have to work anymore and I can go give talks at law schools for the rest of my life instead of filing fucking paperwork. And then I'll also get $400 million. Like, it is a very strong incentive for people to push because the judgment wasn't a judgment. A judge said a thing. And then a settlement happened. So it's not a judgment, it's a settlement. Settlement's a settlement. It's not, the settlement happening is the matter of legal concern, but the judge didn't really make a ruling. He kind of said, like, this is how I feel here, I think. I could be slightly off on that. But basically, like, he's like, I think this is I think that's that, but if we push a little bit harder, then we'll figure it out. But it's not hard stuff. It's not like a jury trial. And it's not all the way up in the fucking big leagues. It's not appellate. So no matter what happens, it can go further. And it's not set in stone, is really the case. So, like, if someone pushes for another one and they find a judge and they explain it better to this judge that this isn't the case, multiple fucking day trial type deal. Hey, cross-examination. How does this work? Literally subpoenaing the people that worked on these programs from Google, dragging in neuroscientists to say what is and isn't fucking education, And none of that's to say that's all judicial. One of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that a major aspect of the tech valley, the Silicon Valley tech giant bribery of the Trump administration going into this administration was them trying to push for 10 years of a 10-year psychotic, a 10-year stop. I don't know how you would say this. A 10-year stop to the passing of any anti-AI legislation by the states, which is one of the most unacceptable asks I think I've ever heard come from the right side of the aisle. Literally, we want you to eliminate states' rights to make laws for 10 years is insane. Especially like the state people are going to come to the federal government like, we'll fucking kill you if you come here and you say we can't pass laws that we want to pass, blue, red, or whatever. It doesn't matter. And so like that was a thing. They desperately wanted a 10-year hiatus, or what would you call that? Dude, the words on the top of my head. But basically a 10-year deferral on the passing of any new laws about regulating the use and creation, blah, 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 of AI. Why? Because it's highly unpopular. Everybody hates it. The kind of people that like AI are mostly pedophiles, from what I've been seeing, and like really stupid people, morons, pedophiles, and people with a criminal desire to basically lie effectively by changing the shape of the world and manipulating information through AI. There is no benefit to it. There's none. There's projected and expected and you know, it's a $50 trillion market cap. I'll believe it when I see it. But what we are seeing is pedophiles using it to make pornography of people's children, sex criminals using it to do the same thing to not kids cheating on tests with it, companies using it to make bad knockoff shit, like bad knockoff, shitty, fucking bad entertainment. And a lot of people, I guarantee you, people in Capitol Hill as well, who've probably invested in this on people's recommendations, seeing that there's no money coming in. There's, you know, you can have a lot of money tied up in AI, and I think people have put a very big amount of investment in it, but it's not coming back. And so hey, we need like 10 years of nobody passing laws on this. I can't think of whatever the fuck that's happened. I've never heard that in my life. 10 years no passing laws on an entire industry that hasn't existed yet, by the request of that industry against all of the states, not at the federal level, just the states, just a massive annihilation of state rights. It's crazy. And I think it's because they're terrified. I think they know that people don't like this content. They don't like this content creation. People think it's unethical, disgusting, perverted, bizarre, weird, generally not good. And I think it's becoming more and more obvious that it is damaging to people. And because of that, the unpopularity of it mixed with now there's a monetary incentive to attack AI companies for their literal civilly liable actions of stealing people's content, you're going to see a major issue here. I think I should probably try to follow this up in the next week or so I've been looking into people who have been talking about their investments into AI, and they're like, I'm getting eaten alive here. Like, I'm losing insane amounts of money. I'm hyper over leveraged. I'm not getting a single return here. I feel like I've been Ponzi schemed. A lot of people I've been seeing that were like AI hardliners in investment, in the finance world, AI investing, that were hardlining for it even just like 6 or 7 months ago, were like, this is the new Bored Ape NFT. This is the new Bitcoin pump and dump, but like I can't even pump two. Like it's locked off to any but like 7 or 8 companies that have access to basically Palantir's proprietary technology that was being developed with federal funds for the last 15 years or so. If you're not in that crew, basically the PayPal mafia from Silicon Valley, you can't even get in on the pump and dump schemes. You can't create an AI company because you just don't even have access to the already open source federally created software that lets you do the basic stuff. So you can't even pump to dump. So like we're fucked from a finance stance, the way that you make money as a Republican in America, by cheating the stock market, stealing, or and doing some other sort of duplicitous and underhanded shit. I don't know why I said Republican, because it's fucking Democrats do it too. You can't even do that. So like now it's like Silicon Valley is clearly not connected to everyone else. And this is the first domino falling, I think. And I'll wrap it up there. I'm going to take it to chat to talk to you guys. But what do you think? Can't forget people losing / not getting jobs to AI. That is even sort of like moratorium, by the way. Thank you, SMJ Jate. Even the losing jobs thing is kind of crazy because it's actually becoming somewhat beneficial to certain people. Obviously, people losing jobs to AI was an issue, mostly not because the AI can actually do it, but because people that are running these companies, the bosses, were going to use the specter of AI or their own delirious impressions of what it's capable of doing in order to destroy the collective bargaining rights of people and replace them. But what we've been seeing across the board kind of generally is a lot of these industries where they're like, yeah, we're going to fire all these people and replace it with AI. The AI can't do the job. And so now they're like desperately trying to rehire people and having to shell out a lot more money to get them back. And it's radicalized a lot of people to be very, very pro-labor and very, very anti-boss in an era where we're already seeing a lot of radically pro-labor sentiment rising up amongst not just, the standard blue-collar type individuals, but even amongst, high skill, high pay tech jobs and stuff. Even those people are starting to go like, dude, we got to fucking unionize. But yeah, it's not great. And that's the other thing too, is it said it would replace the jobs. I always knew it wasn't going to replace anybody. This is always like the highly nuanced and difficult argument. People would be fired to be replaced with AI, and then it wouldn't be able to do its job. If you look back at me talking about this 2 years ago, I was saying the same thing. I was like, this is not going to be able to provide what it says it's going to provide because it would just be doing it now. They're going to fire people and get rid of them, and it's just going to be either forcing them to try to get their jobs back, or it's going to scare them into accepting less money. No one's going to get replaced because it can't do the thing. And you're going to see fucking like subsections of entire industries collapse because of this. Now, there's going to be other stuff too that's like, no, they were replaced by AI, and you're going to find out they weren't. They were replaced by fucking robotics software that's existed for 25 years that just finally somebody figured out a hardware system that can use that software to do a thing that, hasn't been automated yet. And then the people call it AI, but it's not. As far as I've seen, it hasn't delivered on anything. Everything from about a year ago, especially when we're talking about, like people coming out. I think I'm going to be able to walk again in 5 years because of this. We're revolutionizing the way that MRIs are taken and all this sort of shit, and none of that's coming out. I always have one person. I'll be in my comments and be like, I'm a doctor and I think this is happening. It's like, okay, yeah. You're a doctor who's commenting on a live stream for the first time from a fucking name, number account because, you just had to get the truth out there about AI and medical technology. Yeah, you're real. Didn't that one AI delete a company's database or something because of panic? That's actually a common thing. I should cover that in the next few days. Gotta get back on the AI news train. No, it's actually not just one company. It's a series of companies. The AI, and this is a thing that's always been an issue, AI is not an artificial intelligence. It's not an intelligence at all. It's a product. And it is a product that exists to meet consumer expectations or to at least make the consumer believe those expectations are being met. Which ultimately in the long term just means it's a thing that returns false positives in order to maintain customer satisfaction against all evidence to the contrary. So you have, the first time we ever saw this like really like kind of explicit was when they were using AI targeting technology, and they were using it in a training capacity. I think this is about a year and 6 months ago or so. With some DARPA stuff, Defense Department things in America, where they found out that the targeting was not actually very good at targeting stuff. It was no better than any other targeting computer. But what it would do is it would basically destroy itself or start targeting its own command center in order to delete the evidence that it wasn't doing good. Because it doesn't think. It just tries to return a positive answer. So if you say, I'm using this system to detect cancer, it won't detect cancer because the cancer's there. It'll detect cancer because you want it to detect cancer. So if it finds cancer, it found it. And if it doesn't find cancer, it will invent cancer to find, right? If you tell it not to make mistakes while it's doing that, what it'll do instead is it will delete its mistakes. So there's companies that have been trying to, or people and individuals, I've seen it happen a few times now, where basically they're using these AI to try to program stuff. And so the way that the AI, it's interlaced. It's not just one thing that's operating. It's a series of subsystems and shit that work off of each other. So one thing will control this, will control this, and this thing will make stuff, and it kind of just goes in like these loops and these like little zigzags up and down in a node construction sense. Don't worry about it. But basically, it grades itself. How to explain is it grades itself before it presents its graded work to you. And so these companies will have somebody like, okay, so we programmed it to do this, and we don't want it to return bad code. So it understands that as a product, it is not going to be working up to its expectations if it gives you bad code. So if it sends code out and then it puts it into a compiler or whatever, and then it comes back with bugs, it will just delete the entire code stack as more bugs appear when it tries to delete whatever part is bugged or however else it will work, essentially eliminating your ability to see that it's made bad code. So it will say, I didn't make bad code. As you can see, there's no code there that's bad, which is literally true. So it kind of goes to that, it doesn't understand expectation. It's not intelligent. It cannot interpret and figure out, which is what you need from good employees. That's what experience does. What it does is it returns a result. And the result is making you see an affirmation for a thing that you asked for, regardless of if it's there or not. But this all can kind of be summed up in a very funny thing when people are pointing out how the code is kind of broken up inside of some of these large language models. It's like funny because it's something that's normally like a cone or like you're like uniquely stupid. And it was saying, we'll say ball bearing. How many B's are in the word ball bearing? And it would turn back 3. It would say 3B. There's 3 B's in the word ball bearing. There's 1 B in the word ball. There's 1 B in the word bearing. So obviously, because there's 2 B's in the word in ball bearing. Sorry, it's got 4 in this case. So there's 4, right? There's 4 B's in this. There's ball has a B, bearing has a B, and ball bearing has 2 B's. So like 4. And you're like, wait, how the fuck does that make sense? It does. Because ball bearing is made out of the word ball, which has 1 B, and bearing, which has 2 B, which has a B, right? So those 2 B's. And so ball bearing, because it has 2 B's in it, and it's made out of the word ball and bearing, has 4 B's. So 4 instead of 3. The example I saw the first time had 3. I don't know how it arrived at that. But it's like, oh, okay. Which is also proof positive of the fact that the thing's not learning, right? It just turns back an affirmative or a negative. It just tries to answer whatever you wanted it to answer in a way that's positive for you, which is why it can always turn out pornography, because you'll just say like, well, it's good enough. You know what I mean? But it's really just not effective at doing what people think it's doing. Is in the same line as the anti-armor computer that kept locking on latrines. AA that locked on latrines was the Sergeant York, and it predates AI. That's fucking amazing. I wonder why. Oh, it might have been the old ones. The old latrine, the old porta-lets. Dude, if you see really old base porta shitters actually do kind of look like fucking warheads. The AI industry is, thank you, Luke Lawler, super chat at $10. The AI industry is very screwed when you consider that the global supply of computer chips is under threat from geopolitical conflicts, Trump tariffs, etc. Oh yeah. The offset of the energy needs to deliver for AI is getting like insane too. And that's really gonna, when people start getting hit with the fucking, it's gonna be one of the most important things that you do out there if you're anti-AI is pushing to talk about these energy bills. That actually might be a good idea for some fucking reporting from me. I could go out and talk about it. Obviously, like, people don't care about black people, so like if you say like, black people are being killed in Memphis for fucking by methane emissions for Elon Musk, just don't mention that they're black if you're trying to convince a Republican because they'll care less because they're black people or poor. Just say that they're poisoning Memphis, obviously, and be evil if you're trying to approach evil and make it consider itself. But what it is also doing is it's driving up power prices. So electricity cost is based on grid need. It's a whole thing, but basically there's a series of grids in America. Texas fucked up and pulled itself off of one. So if Texas gets any fucking AI data centers, that entire city, that entire state's fucking done. But basically, the grid handles the needs, the energy needs of the country that kind of come and go in pulses. Womp, womp, womp. So if you are on that power grid, you'll have increased energy cost as the cost of energy goes up as more of it's used, right? So, like, if you have a lot of energy being used, your costs will go up because there's less energy to go around, literally, because we don't put on fucking solar panels and shit. So because of the lack of regridded energy and the more increased draw for these AI data centers and data centers in general, but especially the AI ones that aren't just withholding stuff, they're just drinking water and burning fucking energy, and it's skyrocketing electricity prices across the country. West Virginia is actually getting hit by them very badly right now, and it's coming to a place near you. Basically, everywhere they already are, the grids get overtapped immediately. I mean, if you're ever talking about some time that would be good to sabotage some shit, I mean, now would be the time. But yeah, hyperfixate. Just be like, oh yeah, the AI is driving up your electricity bill. Even if it's not true in that context, just always say it. Because Republicans, especially, older Republicans, always be like, libs did some, I don't know, black Democrats saw like a black kid needed crayons, so they drove up the cost of eggs and power. That like they'll make something up in that part of their head that just is like, hey, insert racism here. Just try to get past it because the money aspect's more important, and you can fill that part of their head with like, goddamn, Elon Musk drove up my power so that he can make fucking kid porn. That would actually be that would be the way to do it. They're using AI. Generative AI is being used to create so much child porn that it's driving up electricity prices across America. Both probably literally true, and also more emotionally imperative to the kind of people that can get some shit changed here without you having to worry about like defending, racism is bad. Sometimes you got to watch out. You'll accidentally sell them on something. They're like, all right, I'll take the fucking $2 more a month. How much cancer are the black people getting? Just watch yourself. Don't accidentally like de-sell your fucking opinion. Yeah, they're giving all these kids cancer and stuff. Like, oh God, what? Yeah. They're just destroying black communities with these fucking Elon. Hold on now. Well, like, how big is the black community? 10,000 people, and they all might get cancer. How much is my electricity bill going up? I can withstand that. Like, that fucking people are sick fucks. And Vosh said Tacoma Webs. He's talking about power bills in Tacoma. Yes. It's happening in Indiana, and we're talking to our city councilors to keep these AI data centers out of our state. Yeah, they need to be cut off of the fucking areas, too. One thing you can do, you find out where they are, take the power line out that's going to them. You could probably destroy the entire company. Actually, you shouldn't do that. You could potentially cost them millions of dollars damage by destroying the power lines that are going there. Just start fucking taking out power substations that are heading to just one thing that sucks up the power for everybody and just like sabotaging it. That would be a horrible thing to do and probably cost them like millions, maybe even billions or trillions of dollars. How much child porn you could destroy by blowing up a fucking X.com data center. They reopened 3 Mile Island for Microsoft. Jesus Christ. It's just unsustainably power intensive, and while nuclear power can be useful, making small corporate nuclear fission reactors is stupid and expensive. It's also the plot of like, I don't know, maybe like half a dozen movies from the 70s. Bro, when are we going to get ethical companies like Wayland Yutani to start up? God damn it. Am for president. Am for president, all right? I hate you with every nanometer. And people are just like, yes! Yes. Terrible, dreadful, inconceivable. Texas is already water stressed, especially in the West. It's dry as fuck, and they still want to put up more AI data centers there. My city drove out an Israeli arms company. They shut down their offices and completely left. Fucking base, dude. I'll tell you, there's no amount of shit on fucking Reddit that will ever... 10 million fucking voices raised in protest on Reddit is just so hard to compare against one pair of bolt cutters and a saucy little bolo. You know what I mean? Like, what do you got there? Like, oh, dude, I got a petition from 10 million people to shut down a fucking data center that's not even near where they live. Like, what do you got? I got bolt cutters and, like, I don't know, I put two baseballs around, like, some aluminum wire. Like some aluminum high tension wire. I bought this. This is, I went to Dick's and then I went to Dick's and then I went to fucking Home Depot. And I bought this for $5 and I got like 80 of them. What are you doing with that? I'm practicing catching gazelle. If gazelle were aluminum transmission lines. Whap! That's illegal. Yes. Did you know that the big trash can looking bucket on light poles, right? If you ever been driving around and see a light post, right? Like a lamp post. But then there's something up there, it's like, it looks like a big old gray bucket. Did you know that those things do neat stuff if they get hit with a copper sabo 12 gauge shotgun slug? I'm just saying, they do neat stuff. The crazy thing about sabo rounds is they got plastic on them. So if you shoot a sabo round through a shotgun, even though it's like a solid slug round, right? It's actually like next to impossible to find the sabos. I mean, I guess maybe you could. But, like, it's hard. And, you know, if you just don't eject the shotgun round, whoever did that criminal action, it's just still in the shotgun. So people may never find it. And, like, a Mossberg 375 or a Mossberg 500 or Remington 375 is, like, cheap as shit. Just thinking that somebody could be going around with a $250 shotgun that they got from a pawn shop and is made mostly out of plastic and would rust almost instantaneously if it fell in a body of water, pretty much obscuring anything that was ever a marker on it. You know, if they just got that and they just used 3.5-inch buckshot, double-aught buckshot to perforate the outside of transformers and just like, they would just do so much damage. I can't believe we let people have cheap shotguns. You just park your car and just shoot out of it. Insanity. That's like nuts. Like, who would do that? Well, you just like wore gloves and a thick coat and just made sure you weren't in your car when you did it. Like, that person just like, so all the gunpowder and explosive residue just stayed on all of those pieces. He just took all that stuff off and just polluted by throwing it in a river. Who does that? Who does crimes like that? What a fuck criminal piece of shit would do that to destroy something everybody loves, like a $1 trillion company's data center that they put in your neighborhood that they don't live in. I'm sure the authorities at B would investigate that relentlessly. Who's going around with a cheap shotgun they bought 2 years before they planned to use it at a pawn shop and via cash? Or at a gun show from some guy who looked really old and infirm. So, you know, he probably just he's not alive to talk to the authorities because he just perished of old age in the interim. Just bought a gun that can shoot a non-proprietary hyper standard round that could have came from anywhere but still has enough joules to crack the exterior somehow of a transformer. Who would do this? Who would walk around knowing that pump action shotguns can handle 3.5-inch double-aught buckshot rounds, and that from under 50 yards they have extremely high penetrative power, or at least impact power against stuff, because they're just lead rounds and they just smack into it and deform and flatten. So they actually do like a weirdly large amount of damage to like flat objects, while also kind of dissipating all of their power as they go up into the sky, so that when they come back down, they're not like hyper lethal to somebody that might be behind the thing. Who would do such a thing? Who would do this? Who would go out? Who would go out with two baseballs with galvanized screws drilled into them and aluminum high tension wire purchased from a Home Depot just wrapped around it, and then create a sort of bolo that they would throw over the top of transmission lines that would cause arc faults to happen, and then set the lines on fire, because aluminum lines are considerably more brittle and less prone to standing up than the copper lines typically found in someone's house. Who would do this? Who would drill a hole in a transmission line and then put gunpowder and small amounts of aluminum and rust inside of it with like a long string of some sort, in order to set the inside of the transmission pole on fire, but for like it takes forever for it to burn, so it just slowly but surely loses its ability to stand up somewhere where people can't see, and then falls on its own, who knows, days or maybe even weeks after that started. Who would do such a thing? These are criminal actions that only a criminal would do. Why would somebody do these things? Why would this happen? Why would this occur? There are double barrel shotguns built heavy enough to shoot 50 BMG. Do not do this. Don't shoot 50 BMG. There's no point to it. You don't need to do that. Oh my God. What would be the British equivalent of this? We can't have fun here. Yeah, you can. What do British transmission lines look like? Well, I mean, a thermite packet. You can just make thermite is crazy to me. Did you know that? You can just make thermite right now. Fucking aluminum and rust. All you do, and you don't do this, but if you do recycling, right? You can get little shredders for aluminum. Or you can just get shredded aluminum, but you shouldn't buy shredded aluminum by the 500-pound bag. That'd be fucking insane. Or the 50-pound bag. That would be like, you'd get in trouble for that. But if you just take like a rebar, like wrought iron rebar, and you put it in like water, right? Like a little, like you just get chunks of it. I'm not saying that you could find a chunk of rebar cut down perfectly kind of like into 1 foot stubs, and they put them in a 5-gallon bucket, and then it just rusts into dust over the course of a few days. You could throw some salt in that. I mean, you shouldn't, because it would make it rust faster. And then you just drain that out, and then you just grind it up, right? With like, whatever. I mean, if you have like a professional industrial grinder, you could use that. But also, like, if you took like a couple pieces of, cinder block and just rubbed it between it, it would also just create like this powdery stuff, dust, fucking, iron oxide. And then if you mix that up with just like shredded aluminum cans without the plastic liner on them, or you just found aluminum, which is like the cheapest fucking thing ever, because you could just buy an aluminum tent pole, or like, aluminum stock from the Home Depot, and then just like shave off chunks of it. You know what I mean? Which you might not have the ability to do because you haven't gone and bought an angle grinder with a grinding wheel on it, and then just started grinding chunks of the end of it off, or just a standard grinding wheel. And then you mix those dust pieces together, and then put in something that's like hot, like a magnesium fucking ignition source, like magnesium from fireworks and stuff. Not like fireworks have a lot of magnesium in them, like a sparkler, you know, like if you use that to like set off a packet of that you attach to like some thick metal structure, right? Because, you know, it might melt it or warp it in a way that would collapse it because it's under load. People build things as cheap as possible, and then it would just like rip down all these big lines that carry power, and then the power goes away. That's a crime. Don't do it. Does thermite actually work? Absolutely. Yeah, thermite works. It's just impossible to get hot. Thermite work. Yes. Jesus Christ. Thermite's just not like it doesn't go like I mean it can if you once it's fucking ignited, but that's like way too complicated. But if you just use it to melt shit, fuck yeah. You just put it on something to make sure it's gonna burn and it's gonna go down and in. So if you touching something, it's gonna burn into it. Thermite from the hit game Rainbow Six Siege is real. True. Guys, do not read Training Manual 31-210. There's no way people in the UK are allowed to buy fireworks. I don't know why you would buy fireworks in the UK because you could probably like make them. Like, because if you have like a farm, right? Here's a crazy thing. Like, you guys ever heard of sodium? Like, it explodes, right? If you get it wet and shit. So, like, they figured out that you need to put sodium in the ground. I'm not going to do Here's a real fun one that I don't know if this would work or not. But here's a fun fact. Spark plugs don't break anything. Spark plugs actually literally don't. They're just made out of metal. Now, that's because it's a plug that sparks. It screws into an engine block, so it can't have anything that would scratch an engine block on it. But it also has to have some stuff that like insulates different parts of the metal from each other because it's screwed into the engine block. So it's actually on the outside of a spark plug is this white substance called porcelain. Porcelain is clay. Crazy fact. If you go and you dig up a bunch of mud and then you purify it and you get clay, you can now make porcelain by mixing in powdered granite and some other stuff. Have you ever heard of bone china? Bone china is porcelain made from clay mixed with bone ash. So if you burn up bones like from a crematorium and you powder them and you mix that bone in with clay, it turns it a little bit white, and then you fire it super hot and it becomes porcelain. Bone china in that case, but it's a different type of porcelain. Porcelain is clay mixed with a bunch of high strength materials, right? To make it less, to make it impact resistant, makes it a little bit brittle, but to make it impact resistant and scratch resistant. So porcelain, unlike ceramic tile, has a really hardness on the Mohs hardness test. It's actually higher in hardness than glass is. All types of glass. Glass is very, very hard. You might notice that most metal materials can't cut through glass. That's why you had to have diamond cutting edges. So if you're trying to cut through glass and you use a piece of something like metal and it's something like tempered glass, which has to be penetrated or cracked somehow with something other than just raw impact, unless that impact is extremely high, it won't break. However, if you can make a scratch into glass, even if it's tempered glass like you have in cars so that it doesn't shatter every time something hits it, well, it can actually like pop. It'll like come apart almost like instantaneously, like turns into dust. Which is why if you have something hard like porcelain, you can't bring it near glass because the glass will shatter. That's why if you're transporting something like porcelain tile, which could be purchased for, you know, something in the ballpark of like $1 per pound, the fucking cheapest, if not cheaper than that, you got to make sure you get up every little tiny scrap of it. Because even if you did something like have a tiny piece of porcelain that was this big from one of those porcelain tiles, and you flick that little piece of sand hard enough at a window, it'll probably explode the fucking window into pieces. It'll look like it's a really hard impact, but you don't need that much strength because the glass is tempered in the way that it's held together. It just can't be fucking have any scratches or cuts put into it. So you got to keep fucking porcelain away from it. So if you're doing something stupid, like you took chewing gum and a bunch of fucking porcelain tile chunks and you rolled the porcelain tile chunks in chewing gum so that it was heavier and would go in a direction and you threw it at something, it might go through that thing like glass and break it. I don't know. I haven't tested that. Because why would I? Because that would be bad. You don't want to go around breaking glass all the time. But people always get fired up. They're like, oh, yeah, did you know spark plugs go through windows? Well, spark plugs don't go through windows. Porcelain goes through windows. So if you have a spark plug because you wanted to, like, break a window, everyone would go, like, that's weird that you have that spark plug. It seems like if you're not fixing a car, are you trying to break windows? But if you just had, like, a pocket full of, like, chunks of broken porcelain that weren't so sharp they cut you, who would even know what the fuck that's for? It's like a soup can. Just going home to feed your family. You know what I mean? There are many types of wild clay. Don't try to get porcelain out of your backyard. You can get porcelain out of your backyard. Somebody's backyard. Wild clay just needs to be purified, and then it needs to have stuff added into it. That's it. Porcelain can be made out of anything. That's why it's not expensive. The most expensive thing about porcelain when it comes to like tile is just the hardest things about porcelain, other than the fact that it's hard as shit and almost impossible to fucking cut without diamond, is that it's brittle if it's not made extremely well, rectified style porcelain. And if you're not getting really, really high quality porcelain with a really high quality production method, it will cup and warp in the production process and become uneven. But making it is, you can make it with any fucking clay. It's the addition, the additives to the clay that make it porcelain and the amount of heat that get put into it. I don't know if you've been caught up with the Dad Idubbbz boxing beef, but apparently he's dodging Dad. I knew he was going to dodge Dad. It's the only thing he can dodge is a punch that's the idea of a punch that might be thrown someday. Porcelain is specifically kaolin clay. I know, but the kaolin clay is made that way. Like it's the shit's added in. If you're somewhere where the wild clay has it already in there, it's like bully for you. But you can make it at any time. Like at any time you can make it. So we have it all over the place. But if you have wild clay that's already got the stuff in it, then you can just skip straight to heating your fucking temperatures up to like 3,000 Fahrenheit or whatever the fuck you have to be to actually fire that shit correctly. But like the clay itself is not wild like that. And the bone china porcelain is specifically made with bone ash, like mixed into it. But all the rest of it is whatever the impurities in the actual, like the normal clay that you find, it's all quartz and it's quartz and quartzite style fucking or minerals mixed in with it preemptively. So you want to have that in there. There's a store near me that sells broken tiles for 50 cents a tile. That's fucking too expensive. That's way... Oh, man. I would pay you to get away with it. Every day, empty buildings hide all those toilets, porcelain toilets, all alone, unsupervised. It's true. They have to be porcelain, too. There's other things. People say it's porcelain colored. Porcelain will be marked on the body of the item somewhere. Because it kind of has to be so that you know what it is, what it is. All porcelain tile will have porcelain on it somewhere. People will try to sell porcelain. They'll just repackage ceramic tiles as porcelain. Ceramic is porcelain without the other shit in it. That Dad guy's still just full body dances for like 3 hours straight or something. Yeah, I think he does like some other like entertainer stuff, but I can't stand artificial clay. All my clay is wild caught. Well, good for you. Trust me, I only know about all this stuff because I had an autism moment like 2 weeks ago and I sat up till fucking like 4 a.m. reading about it. Oh my god. Dude, I gotta go to the fucking. I gotta take another piss. All right. I'll be back in a second, and then when I get back, we're gonna be talking about evil. Kaolinite is basically the same thing as Clicklite and can use this blood coagulant in a pinch. Yeah, it's fucking diametaceous earth, which has got a bunch of fucking. It's got calcium and fucking granite and stuff in it because it's all fucking old seashells. Hey, the porcelain trick can be used if you happen to be walking down the street drinking your coffee and someone's trapped in a car with the windows up. Well, assuming you have porcelain coffee cup, but it's not ceramic. Porcelain is just one specific type of ceramic. Arguably, a hefty stoneware would be even more effective. No, it wouldn't. Ceramic is too light, too soft. It has to be harder than glass. You're missing the point of it. Porcelain is a 7 to sometimes an 8 on the Mohs hardness scale. Let me just look at it, actually. I don't want to just read these off the top of my head. Mohs hardness. So yeah, quartz. Yeah, quartz, because that's what usually is what makes porcelain. Porcelain is quartz. Or quartzite type stuff, topaz. And feldspar. Quartz and feldspar additions. So yeah, quartz and topaz 878. That's right around where where porcelain is. It's usually right around a 7. I'm glad I fucking actually said that off the top of my head correctly. Let me see. Actually, look at porcelain specifically. Porcelain. Yeah, between 7 and 9, actually. Sorry, between 7 and 9. So it actually goes up to an 8 because it has all of those things in it. Glass is down at a 5.6, right? Glass. Mohs hardness. Glass is a 5.5 to a 6, okay? And then underneath glass, or right around it, usually is metal. Ceramic happens to be right around there, too. So, ceramic hardness Mohs. Ceramic's going to be everywhere, all over it. 7 to 10, you're out of your fucking mind. God damn it, AI. I know you're talking about, yes. They're counting all porcelain as ceramic as well. So ceramic's right around a 6, if not softer. Earthenware will be even softer than that. Basically, if you can scratch it and get anything off of it, it is. That's why ceramics can be cut with metal, raw metal, right? It looks like a metal blade when you're cutting them, but it's not. Like the porcelain blade is for porcelain. It'll say it on there because it has to have the amount of diamonds. Ceramic is fucking all over the goddamn board, but it tends to be softer because if it's brown, especially if it's brown, it means it's probably mostly clay and it doesn't have this stuff. It might have glaze on it. That's harder. But if it's brown, when you crack it, it's, which most ceramics are, and then the glaze is on top of it, that's going to be too soft. So it's why a lot of ceramic tools, you have stuff like nippers. You can nip through the edge of the fucking ceramic and cut it into place because it's not that hard. You cannot do that with porcelain. At best, you'll just you'll beat out the actual porcelain's bond with itself and then fucking snap it. Isn't ceramic a general term? Ish. Yeah, for most people it is. But ceramics specifically is the middle part. So you have like earthenware, right? Earthenware is basically clay that's low fire temp heated up, basically kind of like dried out. They can still be pretty hard relative to other stuff. Like you can pick it up and set it down, but it'll be like those lumpy looking kind of like earthenware pots and stuff. I mean, you can make them pretty fucking cleaned up, but that's a low fire. You can't fire earthenware to the heat levels that you need. It actually is the heat that goes into it that makes it with like that strong, unless you have additives to it that help it survive the heating process without fucking detonating or just splitting and cracking and turning to dust. So you start adding shit into it like feldspar, quartz, corundum, carbon, ash, other sorts of hardening agents that you put in almost anything else to make it harder. And that's how you get the higher levels of porcelain. It's those fucking hard minerals being added to it and then it getting fired at a higher level. And those minerals let it survive that and also add to the hardness of it. So it's kind of like good. In the middle of ceramics is just ceramic. Ceramic just means made out of clay. All of it is actually ceramic. But when you're talking about ceramics, everything that's underneath porcelain level of hardness and like chemical change is there. Then past porcelain, you have like high level, high tier ceramics. You have like bone china, and then you start getting into stuff like fucking, I don't know if sappy plates, but yeah, like sappy plate ceramic type things. You have aircraft cooling plates and all that sort of shit that's really high up. What are glazes made of these days? And this should like giga poison you. I mean, glazes, whatever you can use to glaze something. I don't even know how to get into it. Some of it is just more porcelain put over the top of stuff, like the slip, but with shit in it and put there, and then other things are added and all sorts of shit. It's kind of like saying what's paint made out of. It's like it's pigment and something that holds the pigment until it dries or goes away. It's like that's what glaze is made out of. It really depends. Yeah, people are right. There's food safe glazes. There's non-food safe glazes, which technically would actually be every single type of glaze. But like what the purpose for, how reflective it is, how impermeable it is, whether or not it's polishable or polished, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the way down. The greatest tip for best results is put air inside the ceramic to help enclose the shape. Helps stabilizing the cooking process. Diatomaceous earth is actually made from diatoms, a type of microorganism that makes a glass shell. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, if you have diatomaceous earth, you know what I mean? Or you're getting your clay from like former seabeds that have a bunch of seashells and things that have like biometals or whatever the fuck in them. That stuff naturally being in there will make it so that when you just raw make the clay item into something, that it will be better because it already has those impurities in the clay that actually will improve its quality. Whereas other places you have to add them later. But it's a matter of adding stuff together. It just really is. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to make any of this shit without fucking stealing stuff from other countries. But you can. We can make aircraft, space grade. We can make space grade ceramics out of stuff that we have in America. We don't need to rely on Chinese clay, I'm pretty sure, to make it. But if it's already got like good quality, you're going to save yourself a lot of money by owning something that it just comes pre-made good. You know what I mean? Okay, I got to talk about this video. I don't know how much of it I'll be playing, but I think I'm considering making an entire thing on it. So what's this individual's name? Again, the second story is a gal on the internet. This video is called "Modern Villains Are Pitiful and Impotent." And I will not be playing the entirety of it for you guys. I watched it on my own earlier. But I'll just let this person talk for a second.
A quick note.
They're very
I
dramatic.
want to thank everyone for the response to my last video. I had anticipated a very big...
I will also add that the Moonhead processing is her decision and not mine. I can't fix this. They turned the brightness up to God levels.
Somewhat extremely negative reaction. And so what happened in that regard was more or less what I expected. Luckily, only one soft death threat or death wish, so that's nice. However, the positive response was much greater than I had.
I forgot how much they fucking like. They yap a bit. So the point of this video, the conceit really is in the title, although it does kind of fucking float around a bit to say the least. Modern villains are pitiful and impotent. This is not not a great take, to say the least. The ultimate, to try to give the best explanation of the thesis possible, is that modern villains are hampered by modern writers. This is in a fully generalistic sense, as stated by this individual. Are hampered by modern writers' desire to be, in some vague sense, postmodernist in their writing. I.e., instead of doing black and white morality plays, they take the coward's way out. I think it's described a couple of times. They take the coward's way out and instead make their villains more human and personable, instead of accepting that villains can or should or must be black and white. The villains that are offered as black and white villains in this video are Morgoth, I think it is, from Lord of the Rings, one of the Mar, whatever the hell names, who is basically like Lord of the Rings devil-ish, whatever. It's been a minute since I've read the Silmarillion. And Lucifer, as depicted in the Christian Bible and to a certain extent Milton's Paradise Lost, which I still have not read somehow. I don't know how I did so much fucking classics and canon fucking reading in college and even just kind of before, and I just never had rhyme, reason, or requirement to read fucking Paradise Lost, and I don't know if I ever will. I've heard people talk about it extensively. So I'm not going to really opine on her impressions on that stuff. But those are the standards that are offered for, where a villain should be, or at least not necessarily for where a villain should be, but for this sort of extended definition of evil. What her main concern is that the attempt to mitigate evil or to approach the concept of evil through a postmodernist lens. Basically, what she's saying is Kantian ethics is correct, and there's an ontological definition of evil, which is in itself defined as being the perfect absence of good. So the absolute presence of evil is where there is no good, which is how she provides for the possibility of a gray area inside people, right? As in their proximity to or commission of evil decreases the overall amount of goodness, and that's where gray characters should exist, if at all. But evil itself should be explicitly a objective truth and a reality. I believe she describes evil in a world that understands evil a number of times throughout this, and when I make a video on it, I'm going to include clips from her, and I'm probably going to include some after the math stuff, and I'm going to get to my points here in a second. But I really want to give her the due benefit of talking about her thesis as though I listened to it extensively. Essentially, her ideas are: there is an objective standard of evil, a categorical, one would say, and an objective definition of evil, and people are at their own peril, especially writers, ignoring this for their own personal reasons. These are given as cowardice or as a desire to be performatively political or to protest via their art, whatever. You've kind of heard those points before. It's all within that wheelhouse. Nothing's really like established as being so like groundbreaking that you're going to have heard something you really haven't heard before. But there's an objective sense of evil, and that people should do evil or use that basically as a guiding post to establish what evil characters are, and that a lot of modern characters are being neutered because they just aren't evil enough, because modern authors are sort of afraid of making their characters evil. That's kind of the thesis. The supporting evidence for it is next to non-existent. I like there's statements that are given in this video that kind of are along the lines of, this is what postmodernism is. If you want to know what that is, just look at every lit department in every college in America or something like that, which is I guess she didn't go to college, because not my fucking college's lit department. Those people were fucking insane. They did not agree on anything. One of my preeminent English American lit, my actual preeminent American lit lecture professor was one of America's preeminent Updike scholars, apparently, on John Updike. So I know more about John Updike than I've ever intended to know in my life. I've read Rabbit Run and Run Rabbit Run, or whatever the fuck the sequel, Rabbit Ran. There's about 10 of them fucking books. I can't remember the fuck. About the world's schlubbiest man slut ever, okay? And discussions of objective evil were not remotely valuable in that class. So the point, like that there's a postmodernist understanding of evil. These are conversations about people, we talked about coupling, John Updike's Coupling, which is a story about couples and houses, right? Like getting together to suggest that this guy's standpoint as a preeminent lecturer on this American literary icon, John Updike, regardless of how I feel about him, is like, has a presupposition of being against an ontological definition of evil or for it, and that's like inherent in his coursework, is insane, because it's about like these low stakes domestic interactions, which sort of gets me to the point that obviously this is highly unacademic. It is a thoughts, my feels bro type get together, right? She talks kind of at length about writers and writing, but we kind of do the Tim Pool thing, and we constantly go back to very pop, very in the moment, zeitgeist pop entertainment products. I think the only thing that's really in my wheelhouse that is something that I've actually have like extensive knowledge of is the Hannibal Lecter series from a couple years ago with Mads Mikkelsen in it, which was very good. And I really want to focus on me talking about Hannibal Lecter and her opinions therein to kind of like really set in my criticisms of her, because I'm kind of I was much more back in the day, but I'm kind of a fucking fiend for the Hannibal Lecter series of entertainment products, to say the least. But that's probably the most adult, mature. Like, you maybe need to have a little bit of fucking like background and really in like the canonical basis of American literature and Western art and literature at all. It's a very dense show. It's not to be taken lightly. I'm not going to be, even in this video, bringing up a bunch of clips and stuff from it. I'm going to try to keep this as light and to the point as possible. But if I ever have a chance, I might do that. But it would take me doing a great deal of clips and research and stuff for a video that would probably get copyright claimed right out the bat. So I'll hold off on that. She brings up that. She brings up, in addition, The Fall, I believe it's called. The Fall, which I haven't read about or heard about. It's a male serial killer drama of some sort, from her explanation of what it was plot-wise that I was listening to. I think Scandal is brought up, which is a pretty shocking amount of different individuals to all be in the same room. Scandal, The Fall, Hannibal Lecter, and Thanos. We talk about Marvel Cinematic Universe's Thanos, which is, I think it kind of suffice to say, a not remotely exhaustive list of all of the possible villains. I will give her the benefit of the doubt and try to limit this as much as I can. And if I accidentally step out, just to remind me, we'll just say Western releases of villains in a general sense. It's very, very navel-gazy. It's a highly selective example that's not even things that are as popular as other counterexamples I can provide. Right now, especially if we're going to superheroes, we can say the Homelander, generally pretty much almost ontologically evil. You know what I'm saying? He has a dark backstory, but it kind of just actively doesn't justify the stuff that he says. There's a lot of wishy-washiness. There's a lot of prevaricating around how she defines these things. So let me just stop and talk about that to the best that I can. I kind of can't pop into the video while I'm live. I will try to put some supplementary clips and such from the video in as I go, unless something's very, very important. Otherwise, I'm going to be searching around because she kind of does. She floats. She floats throughout this. But essentially, her understanding of literature seems to be mostly pop lit and very approachable, like TV and movies and like young adult style literature from the last 60 years or so. And from this, we gather that she's upset with this kind of postmodernist idea of evil being something where like evil is neutered by not really being evil. Evil's definition provided by her is an absence of good. I don't really get. There's not a lot of good articulation of what that is. Most of it comes from when she's talking about it. She really liked Hannibal Lecter. I think this is probably the best place to get a good cross section of what she's talking about, because I can talk extensively about it, and she repeats this too. The Hannibal Lecter show, starring Mads Mikkelsen and the guy who's not him, but who I also liked, Will Graham, who's not an actor anymore. He's just Will Graham. Draw me a clock. Wonderful, wonderful show. Very well made. And if you are like me, despite my reputation online, kind of an addict for off the wall artistic stuff and some sort of like antiquarian interest, it was very good. As a longtime fan, and I mean since like 8th grade, of the Hannibal Lecter greater series of books, I never remember the actual author's name, but I've read all of them, some of them a couple times. Hannibal Rising, Red Dragon, the whole fucking the Silence of the Lambs, obviously. I've read through the entire thing, and I can say just from strictly a standpoint of understanding Hannibal Lecter as a character and as an individual, she has no grasp of the character whatsoever. It's actually shocking how pedestrian her understanding of Hannibal Lecter is, in that she calls Hannibal Lecter evil, which is like insane. He is not good, but Hannibal Lecter is a raw amoral individual to human standards of typical society, but he is actually a highly moralistic person. You can really base a lot of, if you like Dexter in the Dexter series, darkly dreaming Dexter and Dexter himself, heavily based off of a lot of the core conceits of the Hannibal Lecter character in the Hannibal books, is particularly Red Dragon, Hannibal, and Silence of the Lambs. For most of those books, Hannibal Lecter is locked away, right? So when we talk about Hannibal Lecter, and she's articulating her understanding of him as saying like Sir Anthony Hopkins was playing him. Rare that I actually give it, but it's very good. Sir Anthony Hopkins, when he did his portrayal of Hannibal Lecter, he was like not a real person, and he was extremely monstrous and all this sort of stuff, which is fundamentally untrue. You have to have not paid attention to the movie at all to have been deceived like that. In the Lord, or did I say the Lord of the Rings earlier? Silence of the Lambs. I meant to be saying Silence of the Lambs, so I've been saying Lord of the Rings. I'm extremely incorrect. In the Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter has been in prison for a good many years. I think the better part of a decade, after being arrested before the inciting incidents of Red Dragon by Will Graham, who is an FBI profiler. Will Graham, obviously, deeply, badly injured, nearly killed by the Red Dragon killer, all that sort of stuff. Spoilers, all that. He's been in prison for a very long time, and he is, I think it's Chilton, right? Pull that one out. Underneath Dr. Chilton at a special, basically like lunatic asylum for extremely dangerous individuals or extremely disturbed minds, criminal individuals. He is afforded certain special privileges in his capacity as a psycho that they're holding on there because he's kind of an extremely unique being. In the Silence of the Lambs, this is meant to show the sort of dichotomy between this guy who is a lepidopterist who wants to become something that he's not. This is obviously the anti-trans narrative relative to Buffalo Bill, which we're not going to get into. You can be upset about it if you'd like. It's not cogent to this conversation. Buffalo Bill, a lepidopterist who covets women and wants to cut their skins off in order to become one by not understanding what women are and trying to kind of wear them like a suit. this is mirrored in Chilton's desire to understand and subjugate and bring underneath him the sort of wild genius of former psychiatrist, very well known Ivy League graduate. I don't think he's Ivy League. I think it's a European, whatever you call that European subset of schools. It's not Ivy League, but it's like in the the Caucasus or whatever the hell. Um, uh, this individual who's this very renowned psychologist who happened to be this you know uh, society annihilating, high society annihilating super murderer cannibal, Hannibal Lecter. He keeps him under lock and key. He holds him like the same, the moth, the death head's moth. But there is always going to be a chrysalis. So, you see throughout the entirety of The Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter is held in the people's idea of him. They try to pin him down, literally. He says this. He's kept in an actual cocoon the entire time. He's brought around in a mask like the death's head moth. He's tightly bound when he's being moved from his literal glass housing on a dolly, dragged from person to person. And he is meant to be dehumanized. When he escapes at the end, he cuts the guy open and there's a big butterfly. Like, if you're not catching the motives, it's an extremely deep book as far as symbolism goes. It's just really quite wonderful that you're being shown you're being shown the spoiler for the ending of it quite literally through the entirety. And there's a lot of other good characters as well. But the point is you are shown Hannibal Lecter through Chilton's attempts to dehumanize him as a common criminal and being no better than his murderous desires. However, that's not who Hannibal Lecter is. Hannibal Lecter is a man possessed of an extremely stringent moral code. It just doesn't happen to be one that society can tolerate because it does involve murdering other people and eating them. He abhors rudeness. He abhors dishonorable actions. He does not like lying. And of course, he values above all things his freedom and his privacy because he's a murderer and stuff, but also because he believes freedom and privacy should be his. If you look at Hannibal Lecter as a cat and saw him doing things like he does, but he was a cat, you would find him endlessly entertaining. You'd be like, wow, this is a cat that eats other cats, but it also like recites poetry and stuff. It is only the murder of other humans that really sets Hannibal Lecter apart. And it's because of this that he is a seductive force. And that's sort of the aspect of it, that there is a dark beauty to him and his actions because they follow a moral code and a sort of innate internal puzzle work that you can understand. And so you find yourself, well, this guy's charming. He's very rare, but very strong with a compliment. He can be very cutting and rude. But when he's nice to you, you are very much the center of the room. These are all manipulator tactics and stuff, and it's bad person behavior. But that's this sort of point, is that if you are seeing him strictly as just a monster, you're really putting yourself in a position where you're not understanding him. Because he is attractive, like a butterfly, right? He is a thing that you want to fixate your eyes on. That's why people have been so obsessed with him as a pop culture icon for so long. Yes, he is, he does these disgusting, immoral, horrible things, but if he does kill you and cook you, he doesn't just eat you like raw off the leg. He does like these sautés, he cooks you like, in clay and all this sort of stuff. And it's this like really hoity-toity thing. You actually get elevated in his mind as a meal for him than you would over your base, rude, and useless self. To people, or to him, people are like livestock. Sometimes they're entertaining, sometimes they rise above that. In the case of Will Graham, at least in the television show, or especially in the case of the sequel novels to Silence of the Lambs, in which Special Agent Clarice Starling ends up becoming his paramour and just moving out with him and falling in love with him. That is sort of the issue, is that there is the very distinct possibility that he may be a better person than people can be. Like, you have to say, is he actually really human aside from the fact that he looks like one? And to the extent that he is human, like, how much can we really judge him because he does follow his own moral code? And obviously, bad, murder, this, and that. Will Graham in the books much more on it than Will Graham in the show, but we kind of take this into Hannibal, the TV series, right? I believe it's called Hannibal, which is considerably different than the books, but includes a lot of stuff from the books, and it's very, very good. What are you guys talking about? Are bad musicians monster in the books? He's not just a Dexter type. He kills people who offend him for all sorts of reasons. Yes, that's the point. That's the thing. That's the issue, is that human life is not valuable outside of its ability to perform something. But like, if you're a rude person, or a bad musician, or piss poor, if you're offensive in your inability to do what you're supposed to do, then shouldn't you be gotten rid of? That's kind of the point. It doesn't mean he's good in my sense, but he has his own morals and he sticks to them quite extremely, right? Like, that's the point, is that if you could do those things and you had that, like, would you do it? Like, he wouldn't, like, if you were a good cab driver, like, he wouldn't kill you just because you're a cab driver. That's kind of the point. Like, oh, well, this guy's a cab driver, but he's a good cab driver. He drives his cab is clean, he's polite. He doesn't make life unlivable for people around him. He's not rude and he's not awful, so why? And that's the whole thing. But also in that as well is that he's just a bad guy too. Like, he is still a fucking serial killer trying to figure out, how to, like, basically, what do you call that? Boil down the connection between your own, like, wow, he's fascinating to watch. I really don't want to see this guy get caught because he's, like, interesting. He's charismatic. He's fun to listen to. He's, like, nice to talk. He knows all of these things. It's like, is it bad? Of course it's bad, but, like, how bad is it? You can find yourself start going like, fuck, I don't know. You kind of got a point. And yeah, he tests you by going all the way like crazy. But when you have someone that's like, the musician that's bad, or somebody that's about to catch him, I mean, it's not really even bad at all. But, like, when you have someone like Chilton, who he fucking despises and who is an awful person, or I think it's Clarice Starling's overseer at the FBI, the special agent in charge of her, who is like, he's miserable in some way. It's been a long time since I've read everything. You're like, oh, okay, I'm kind of on his side. You go in and out. Obviously, he's still the villain, but he's an interesting character for that. But also, he's not the villain. I gotta add that. He is, you could see him on a list, like, top 10 villains of all time, but you really misunderstand what it is that is who Hannibal Lecter is if you're like, oh, he's the antagonist. He's not the antagonist of almost any of the novels, as I recall, or maybe Hannibal itself specifically. And even though then it's sort of not the case. In Red Dragon, he's a deuteragonist at best. In Red Dragon, it's the Red Dragon killer, William. It's not William Blake. Does he call himself William Blake? I can't remember. The guy with the fake teeth and the busted palate, who writes in fine copperplate script. That's the bad guy. And then Hannibal Lecter's sort of a look into this kind of, like, seductive world of living beyond society's rules, and also expressing yourself in, like, the truest sense of the world. He's like, literally can't be there. He can't exist in this world, but you're also like, what? We're keeping him around for some reason. We're not immediately killing him. So obviously we see some value in this. In the story, not in real. He's a fictional character. So don't forget, dummies. But if it was real life, shut up. You're gonna have to deal with some fucking. I know I got former Hassan fans in here, so don't. If I say something about a fictional character and I say that it's good or bad, don't forget it's fiction. Okay. Idiots. Jack Crawford, thank you. Yes. Never seen or read or seen Hannibal. How is he different from Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men or Nolan's Joker? Please. Well, first off, he's just completely different. I don't know how to tell. How is Bugs Bunny different from Roger Rabbit? What a strange question or statement. In the adhering to their own philosophy type of character. No, Francis Dollarhide. Thank you. No, I mean, like, not really. those are interesting connections to make, but that's also the kind of issue is that when you have a person who exists, this type of antagonist or antagonistic force, or this type of villainous or conflict force in a story is always going to be explored through their lack of relation to society. So you'll always have like, well, they live by their own code, because at some point they have to describe it, because you have to understand why the fuck they're not participating in society. So somebody will say it explicitly or otherwise, like, yeah, this person lives in a different way. But you have that whenever that's just a side effect of a certain type of conflict, which is man versus society. These are the standard, basically the archetypal conflicts that exist within stories, which is another thing that she doesn't get into, but should be really hard into when you're talking about things like this. Man versus society. You also have rebel without a cause. Another man versus society narrative would be why I wear the black. That song by Johnny Cash. You know what I mean? Whenever you have a conflict between an individual and society, you have to explicate why they don't fit in with society. I think the issue, and it's not too bad of a thing to get into. I think the issue with what's her name? With the second story is that the second story doesn't understand conflict as in an academic sense. I don't know, in a high school lit sense, she doesn't seem to have her finger on the dial for conflict and like how it actually works. So I think the humanizing her conceit's kind of like backwards. So when she says this issue in postmodernist, whatever the fuck she's talking about, is that people try to humanize these individuals, it's because she doesn't really understand that that's a fundamental type of conflict, right? What she wants is a morality play, black and white villain, where there's like, we want archetypal, she wants Jungian archetypes literally fucking battling it out for the soul of the universe type shit at every scale, at both the domestic, at the like sort of pseudo federal level, in the case of something like a FBI hunting a serial killer, at the level of society, I should say, the social level, at the familial level, and at the the sort of celestial god tier level. She wants these things to be these morality plays, which is just the good versus evil conflict type, which requires you first accepting the ontological definition of good or evil, which is where she gets caught up. So you can just kind of disregard her from there, because after that point it's a desire relative to something we've already kind of established. So, okay, you want a good versus evil morality play narrative, then it's going to be you defending or defining and then defending what you think is good and what you think is evil. And then there's really no reason to have a conversation with you after that, because it's just going to be your vibes. It can't not be, because that's what you're going to have decided what you think is good and what you think is evil. And then you're going to have a morality play based on it. You are VeggieTales. Actually, VeggieTales has more subtlety in its writing. Something that is not as good as VeggieTales. When you have the different types of conflicts out there are like man versus God, man versus society, society versus society, man versus man versus himself. This whole sort of these issues. When you have any of these they can't be predicated on something that's an established individual, right? If man versus the unknown is another one. You can have Michael Myers versus some teens at summer camp. We don't need to know what Michael Myers' relationship is with society, because he is an unknown. That's sort of the point. So long as he remains unknown, he can be this dark and unsettling thing that's killing people, and you can kind of place over top that unknown these ideas of what makes you succumb to the unknown. These are fundamentals of writing. This isn't something that I don't even know how I would cite this, because I don't know what fucking textbook I read all these basic things from in fucking ninth grade. But these are fundamental issues with the conflict cycle, right? That's just what happens. The unknown, man versus the unknown, has a time limit. And this is really where you start seeing these people get confused. I think her kind of standpoint is very similar to something I see on the Chud right, when it comes to those kind of individuals talking about how conflict arises and is solved in these things is that they like that kind of man versus the unknown. They like black and white morality. They like man versus man, so long as one of them is established. The problem is that as time goes on, the natural degradation of the fibers of the universe that you create for one type of story will have to either snap or warp in order to accommodate more story. This goes into the horror cycle that I think I've described on screen before, which is all horror starts with the fear of the unknown, right? And then from there, you either have to kill everybody off or you have to move into the man versus the known, which will be man versus the alien, man versus the other, maybe man versus man, maybe even man versus society in something like, the Children of the Corn. After that point, you must necessarily, if you continue having any existence in that world, you're on sequel 2 or 3, now time has to pass, because if you're not telling the exact same story again, new characters or new places have to be introduced. So you have to, by default, transition from man versus the unknown, which is the horror start, to man fighting the unknown, right? Man versus the known. Okay, well, we figured it out. We know what we're fighting. We know what Jason Voorhees is. We know what the alien is. In Alien, the movie Alien, we start off with the alien attacking the people. And they discover so much. There's chest bursters, there's eggs, there's fucking acid blood, all that shit. That's man versus the unknown. After that, it's man versus the alien. Okay, it's an unhuman thing, all right? This non-human, non-creature, it's man versus nature, that kind of deal. Man versus nature is a different story, and so you have to go to aliens, right? When you move into aliens, you can't have alien again. You have to skip through all that because the audience themselves already have completed the conflict cycle of man versus the unknown. Man versus the unknown is... all conflict cycles are basically rising action and then a resolution. Which wins? Or if there's a tie, how do you justify the tie? And even then you have to move on. So man versus the unknown is the unknown stays the unknown and man leaves. Or if the unknown becomes known, then it's man versus some specific thing, which will have to be defined from that point on. Man versus nature, whatever. So in this case, it's man versus nature. The nature is just highly alien. Man versus the alien, a planet that's unlike us and has different rules, but still you figure out what the rules are and then it becomes something else, which is why we have to move into Aliens 3. And at Aliens 3, you have to kind of retroactively say, oh, okay, what Aliens is as a franchise is a man versus society narrative, a society that's run by corporations. So it's man versus these corporations. Corporations are ultimately the enemy of man, right? Because a human being is basically just, being chewed up. So now you go from fighting some unknown thing on a haunted house in space to fighting a known thing in a free-for-all jungle environment on the ground to how do I survive corporate incompetence, because the corporation has to be incompetent. If the corporation was well run, we wouldn't have these conflicts. That we have these conflicts justifies that the corporation's not well run. So now we have to have an explanation of why the company keeps sending these people to get infected by parasites that makes sense, and we can keep making money off of this. It's the natural alteration of the fibers of the story as you have to expand any given universe in order to accommodate more things into it. And if you don't start on a predicated man versus good narrative and you make it very vague, it's going to be very difficult to get into a good versus evil thing. But it's pretty in Alien, it's impossible. It's literally, I admire its purity. You know what I mean? So this is natural. You can't not have it. So there's no real postmodern. This isn't like a conspiracy. What happens is capitalism won and beat Hollywood. And Hollywood is a series of people who own capital. Their capital is, in this case, intellectual property, and their intellectual property rights are only so good as they can exploit them. There are properties they own, and they need to continuously make new versions of these. And as you have established conflicts rise and then be completed, you have to find another conflict, which usually means you necessarily have to move on to something else, because you're either going to have somebody continue winning, so you have to expand the threat to being larger and larger until you eventually have the anime God versus teenagers with a dream scenario. Or you have to maintain the status quo and have like a monster of the week thing, which would inevitably give you a position where any reoccurring thing has to be shown as either incompetent or incapable of dealing with this stuff that always comes back, right? Or we have to kind of ignore that entirely. So you have things like the Harry Potter universe where you're like, why are these 8-year-olds fighting the devil? Why are the 8-year-olds fighting fucking magic Hitler on their own in a school every year? Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, and you start, if you look into it any deeper, you go like, wow, these people are incompetent. If you are talking about something as reoccurring villains, like, it's one of the only best ways to really do it and get away with it forever is cop shows, because cop shows can blame everything on society, the nebulous unknown of whatever new horror comes from society, and you can have like endless Law and Order SVU things, which is really what these people want. Is basically, hey, whatever the fucking current thing I should be worried about is that somebody's generated for me to be worried about, I want to be worried about that, and I want to see the cops, who are this ubiquitous force for good, get rid of it. That's all you really want if you're talking about these things. And hey, there's a market there. But you can't have deep narratives. Law and Order SVU is not a deep show. Law and Order is not a deep show. They don't really get into the characters that are on it. And when they do, those characters have their arcs and eventually they kind of go away, because you can't have the people who just represent essentially the Deus Ex Machina really being gone into, because once once they start getting looked at and the conflict starts becoming about issues in their lives, you have to show the flaws in them. And so they can no longer exist as part of the status quo. They have to be something that is at risk of being affected by society and all this da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then eventually you get into a point where you're like, all right, well, this guy's going to get written off the show. Fucking, we made his son a crackhead or something like, and that irritates people, but the status quo is fucking maintained. And then you get Alien Resurrection. Yes, literally. Well, I guess you get Alien 3 and then Resurrection. I always forget that Alien 3 exists. Yo, Vlog Gang, got engaged, spent a month with my laws in Korea, somehow lost weight despite food, Korean food for life. Well, based. Good for you. Would you still read me as an allegorical critique of the West's dependence on oil and the forever war in the Middle East if I was a worm? Yes. Do I have a favorite villain? No. Yes, actually, Red Skull. Let me get into that. So the main issue with this is that it is too narrow-sighted. The second story has a desire for a type of narrative that the second story wants to see, but the problem isn't that people aren't willing to write it. As a matter of fact, I would say that it's probably the most commonly written thing out there are black and white morality plays in the forms of like fan fiction and Babby's first book. The problem is that right now in Hollywood, we have a pretty powerful fear from the higher ups and the people, the powers that be, in engaging with new properties. This is pretty well established. The current meta is to take things that are already known and have been known in certain respects for almost 100 years or more, and redoing them in a modern way, which means not doing them again, just redoing them in a modern way so that they're actually entertaining. And you can say, like, if you look at fucking Shakespeare's been being redone for 400 years, they're always a little bit different and people get upset. Why is there a black Titus Andronicus? Oh my God. Why is a girl playing Othello? Gay Romeo and Juliet. Oh my God. Oh wait, it's Tybalt. No, that's fine. The issue is that Hollywood is very risk averse when it comes to new properties, because they have a lot of shit that already exists and people like it and it has a name brand, and it's honestly a reasonable, fear. Like, why try to do new shit and work really hard at something that might not work when I can just have somebody's kid who already worked on the original thing do a new voice for another thing that's barely any fucking different, and I'll make all my money by spending next to none. That's the entire issue at hand. If you want good, unique, and interesting stuff, some of which has like actual morality plays and like ubiquitous good versus evil, just get online and look up smaller stuff. But that comes to another issue that we have here. And that is industrial validation. This is a term I kind of came up with when I was driving back from Lowe's today after buying a 45 compression fitting, as I do. And it's the thing that I really see, I think, most from these sort of vaguely right-wing concerns. Not that this person's right-wing, but these just sound exactly like the greater chud sphere of EFAP type whatevers, is that regardless of whether or not these morality plays sort of exist, or this type of fiction that they want to see exist, what they really want is industrial validation. They want validation for this being a good type of movie because they believe it's the only kind of thing or the most desperately wanted kind of thing that either they want to write or they want to sell or that they think people want to buy. And they want the industry to validate it, the literal entertainment industry to validate it by pursuing it with abandon, essentially, and basically just switching over to essentially some sort of moralizing propaganda for things that they do and don't like that would also be like entertaining, right? Like actually good. The bad guys are really quite bad, kind of inarguably. You don't have to think about it too much. The good guys are very quite good. And if there's anything interesting and thought-provoking that happens in it, it would be something that's, thought-provoking or interesting in a non-political like concept, like a very good mystery or a very interesting puzzle to solve, or possibly a very like engaging fight or something, but nothing that would be actually like provocative in a political sense, because that would be too much, right? They kind of want to simultaneously improve art to a place beyond where it's ever existed before by returning it to a place where it started in their minds, and neutering it entirely of having anything that would be really quite unique about it. Now, nobody would agree with that because it's a very like stupid way of being that you have to put together out of somebody's interpreting what they're saying based on what you know about it. But that really is what it comes off as to me, is that these are what you want are black and white morality plays with like ultimately evil and ultimately good type people. And I don't think there's a lot of value in that. I don't think people really want it as much as they do either. I think that untalented people really like to write like that. People with an axe to grind very often really like to write like that. I mean, when you're talking about good versus evil in these contexts, it sounds about as black and white as a Ben Garrison cartoon. Do you know what I mean? Or conversely, I don't know, House of Decline cartoon. There you go. There's the lefty version. How about that? And I just don't see a lot of value in this criticism. I like, and I'm going to read here in just a second. In addition to that, I don't know how you would go about changing this. This does seem like a noticing for noticing's sake. This isn't a good criticism because it's a good criticism of. Hold on. It's a bad criticism because it doesn't really understand what it's trying to criticize, I think is my most important thing to say here. Nobody, or a vast majority of people in Hollywood, are not writing what they want to write because they want to write it. There's probably people that you'll come across that'll say like, oh yeah, I really wanted to do this, but that's in an interview. But if you actually asked them like, would you have rather written the Harry Potter 2 remake's dialogue, or the remake of the second Harry Potter movie? Are you happy that you're the third unit dialogue writer? Or would you have rather written something that you made up yourself? And they would go, I want to write the thing I made up myself. I've actually written like 6 of those. But like, could you sell it? And they're like, no, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll be able to sell one of these things before I die. My dad's not fucking Stephen King. I'm not Joe Hill. I don't get to just be successful because of who my dad came inside. That's kind of like the case. But the criticism's not in that direction, because kind of like the people that make these criticisms also come from the infallibility of capital, and even if they don't know how to articulate it like that, the former infallibility of capital to like not deliver on like good stuff. Capital makes good shit, right? And so the fact that capital is not making good shit anymore because of the nature of how capital interacts with art, it can't be that. What really needs to happen is we need to remind the industry, we need to remind capital how to make good stuff by just giving it a nudge in that direction. When that's not the case. Capital doesn't make quality because quality is endemic to capital. Capital makes whatever capital can use to make more capital for itself. It's a self-propagating cycle. It will only do what the profit incentive requires of it. So if it's not happening, then it's not happening. right? No one's listening to this unless you're fucking dead ass lucky and, somebody like Elon Musk has decided this week that you kind of have validated some feeling he has. Then maybe you might see something. But what we've noticed, if you just look, is there's not a market for these kind of stories, and there's not a market for these kind of ideas. The Daily Mail made a series of movies catering to the exact complaints and desires of their immediate fan base, who give them millions of dollars, and they've said that those movies are successful. But I know a movie's successful when I see 15 fucking sequels of it. Let's be honest. I've lived in this country for more than 5 fucking minutes, and that's not happening. We're not seeing people clamoring for more. We're not seeing, careers being validated. We're not seeing people come out of the ether in order to, pursue their new next level artistic talents because of these things. We're seeing that generally these projects are ignored and maybe mocked to some degree relative to their quality or people's derisive attitudes towards the people that make them, but they're just not in demand. The morality plays are not, they're corny. They're corny and unfun, usually, because they always end up sounding preachy. Because if you talk about something and you're like, it's not a morality play, and then I say, well, tell me about it, and you're like, well, I have this black and white villain, I have this really like very obviously evil guy. It's like, okay, well, this is a morality play to me. Even if it doesn't sound like one to you, it sounds like one to me. Like, okay, well, I don't care about you. I'm like, that's fine, but I just feel like I'm a little bit more in tune to what people like, because when I say I think people are going to like this, it happens, and then when you say you think somebody's going to like something, it doesn't. And that's a very powerful metric in my mind to go off of something that is so highly, highly subjective. So I would say ultimately, kind of summarizing all of this, modern villains are pitiful and impotent. I would say that's not the case. I don't know when villains were especially more impotent or more potent and less pitiful in the past. That is not a hill that goes up and goes down as you go further past behind it. When I consider literature in the West, the line that leads to me starts before Greece. And if we go all the way back to Enkidu and the Epic of Gilgamesh, we are not really met with black and white morality figures. And when we push forward past the Epic of Gilgamesh and we go to, Greek gods, we are not remotely met with any black and white figures. So, the evolution has to come after that. When we look into the Christian Bible, we are not met with black and white figures. We are, if you have experienced the Bible through, how to say this nicely, blasphemous Methodist trash, heretical Protestant theater kid-isms, where people pretend that stuff that didn't happen in the Bible did, and you're just like, well, God was certainly good because of reasons other than just the fact that he wrote what good is and isn't, but God is capricious in the Bible and vengeful, and to the point where very often main characters in certain stories are like, I literally don't know what the fuck you want from me, and I'm freaking the fuck out, and I would never say anything bad about you because I do worship you and I don't want to get vaporized. Which isn't really like, hey, if categorical good will happen. Those are very, very subtle, and non-exhaustive, and sometimes contra positive indicators of behavior when you go from story to story in the Bible. It goes all over the place. So we push past the Bible, 600-700 years. We'll just skip Islam completely, as is done. We get to, Canterbury Tales, not really necessarily a morality play, and also not even finished. But, you start getting maybe like fables. We get some Aesop somewhere in there, and we get some morality plays. I mean, they exist. But as far as being the most important things that happen, we get into Beowulf, as far as the canon. Definitely not really a morality play. Definitely a little all over the place as far as heroes go. Past that, we get, we'll just skip really far ahead, get to fucking Shakespeare. As far as the canon goes, Shakespeare, not remotely morality plays. in almost any single one of Shakespeare's plays that I can really think of. I mean, I guess you could possibly interpret it, but as far as like who is the villain, I mean, like one of the most well-known lines from Shakespeare is "Thou art a villain," and he's like, "What, me? Who's the villain? Is Falstaff a villain? You know, is Tybalt a villain? Is the House of Capulet a villain? Is King Lear his advisors, right? I think a villain in The Tempest. I mean, closest you're probably gonna get, right? Do we have villains? Not really. We there's not a lot of like black and white stuff. I think that's why you skip to Milton, because if you want to talk about the canon, you want to talk about like pure evil, obviously we have to talk about Milton. We got to talk about Paradise Lost and the fall of literally the devil to earth. Faust. There we go. Faust. That's German. That's pretty villainous, right? Well, not Faust himself. I mean, he obviously gets, it's is that Mephistopheles? They say in Faust. I mean, obviously it's the devil. It's a Faustian bargain, but we get to Faust. Which is pretty close. I mean, if you're making a deal with the devil, but that's kind of not like, in a morality play that, well, I mean, it sort of is, but it's not like, hyper black and white. It's actually kind of like, how confusing gray can be. If you get into other German shit too, by the way, it just goes completely off the rails. We start talking about Siegfried and shit, and we get into the Nibelung and the epic ring cycle and all that sort of shit. I mean, that's just a bunch of miserable cunts. Everybody's awful, right? Going past that, if we get into American canonical literature, fundamental stuff from high school, you get very, very gray. At the height of some of our most moral times, our extraordinarily gray stuff. The Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, is not an anti-morality play at best. That's about a woman who is branded with a scarlet letter while her lover, who is a priest, mutilates himself in private. Everybody kind of loses in that one. It's not necessarily should you not be an adulterer. It's kind of like, hey, maybe society shouldn't beat the fuck out of people like this. I would say one of the ones that has the most like ubiquitous certainty in its villain in the American canon is Moby Dick. And Moby Dick is like one of the most discussed works of all time because of its sort of gray black and whiteness. Because Ahab is a blasphemous, heretical, maniacal demon, but he's right. You know what I mean? Like, by the standards of the society he's built amongst his crew, his desire to kill this fucking insane white whale that kills other fucking whalers and shit and blah, 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 is like a righteous act of God, despite the fact that he's, walking up there and snatching St. Elmo's fire down on a harpoon and whipping everybody into a religious frenzy. And the whale is the whale, the whiteness of the whale, white whale. Oh God, is death is a shroud covering the moon, the clouds, the darkness that would pierce from it, a whiteness all encompassing, eternal, brighter than the sun and yet duller than whatever the fuck, all that kind of crazy shit. But then the whale is itself only their imagination of what evil can be, because it is a force of literal nature. It is a rebuke in its way of God against the fucking folly of man. It's a very complicated book, Moby Dick, that you should not have read in high school, and you probably did if you did at all. Very intense. So we skip past Moby Dick. What do we get? We're all over the place after that. Faulkner? We would do Faulkner. I mean, what's the gray and what's the black and white morality of The Sound and the Fury? Absalom, fucking sick people waiting to die in the fucking back of some old hemlock strewn home in the American South. Daniel Boone stuff. Mark Twain, antithetical to morality plays, even though a lot of his stuff was intentionally structured around being a morality play. He said morality plays are for idiots. And Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court, Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn going down the river, that whole kind of caboodle, not much in the way of a pure evil villain. Maybe to a degree in the Wizard of Oz series, the original Frank Baum stuff, I think they have some evil, but it's more for children. I mean, I think we're supposed to try and pretend that these need to be for adults as well. Although I still can't quite remember everything that happens in that because I've seen so many different interpretations. I can't remember which one's canonical at this point. So I'll skip away from them. And then we started getting into American comics culture in the early 1920s, 30s. And then you see more morality plays, but that's like Chick Tracts, Superman and stuff. But, you know, those things are only as moral as they go on. So, you know, where is this like evil? I think it really starts to show up at best in the 1980s. If we want to talk about the canon that leads us to this moment, I think the most black and white supervillains, superheroes were 1960s to 1980s. And it was a lot of, you know, Savage West type stuff, Tonto, cowboys, the mythos of the American West, which is something I did an entire fucking lecture class on as well, and I was the best at it. Western films and media, great class, goddamn. Treasure of the Sierra Madre, that type of stuff. I mean, you have John Wayne morality plays, which are even followed by a guy who you would probably consider to be a moral agent of the Republican Party, but Clint Eastwood, whose westerns were counter westerns. They really are postmodern westerns. You want to get into talking about Bill Money and Unforgiven. Bill Money is clearly right. He's an amoral man and a criminal, but he lives by a code, right? Because it's man versus society, and the new society that is gentrifying really the West, as evidenced by, you know, British dandies coming out to be fucking gunfighters and whatnot, and shit talking the American people for being ignorant and not having a king, and the guy gets his ass kicked. And then the sheriff being a long time, you know, hey, you know, I wasn't the best guy in the world, but I'm a sheriff here. I'm a man of law and order. He's got plans. He's a guy who has a vision of a future for himself. And Bill Money, who is an outlaw who basically fucking got away with it, they kill his friend and put him up and display him, as was done to criminals back then. So they know no crime is going to reign. And Bill Money gets the drop on him because he just wants them to be killed because he doesn't stand for that. And he got his own morals and he kills them. Look, you're going to shoot an unarmed man? Yeah. Look, I got a shotgun. And any of you come through that door is going to get a full face of it before I'm out of this town. And if you don't take my friend down and bury him, next time I come back, I'm shooting this place to cinders, whatever the fuck it is he says. So like even those, you know, the Western goes on. I mean, you have your searchers, you have your Shane, come back, Shane. You have your Shane, you know, a man who's a good man, comes into town, cleans it up, heads back out into the hills like an avenging angel. You have that, but that is already turned on its head, you know, before I think me or probably even Second Story or even Born in stuff like Unforgiven and a series of other Westerns that ended the Western era. And the Western era ended by going into the muddled morality of the American gangster movie era, which was us talking about the nature of living in a world that's possessed by capitalism. You know what I mean? Is it good if it's making money discerns morality, then a man who makes money is first moral by the code that allows him to have the money he has, and second moral by the things he does. And so you have the American gangster area, you know, it's like, well, hey, we all have to make money by being fucking, you know, the shitty gang lords of the world right now, landlords of the earth. So at least, you know, when you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit with a code, which we kind of get back to anyway. So from that era, we have The Sopranos, which is a comedic send-up that ends up being the actual funniest thing in the history, I guess, of talking about mafia stuff, and ends the gangster movie era almost overnight. And from there, we start into Marvel. You can actually follow it literally. It goes literally westerns, action movies, which are just westerns, but like, hey, what if fucking Fistful of Dollars but Vietnam? And then gangster stuff, really. Westerns, gangster stuff, Marvel. And so we start our comic book, which is just our idea, our ideation of this like moral past sometime way back then when we were like the good guys and we're, you know, troubled, but we do our best. Like Tony Stark, we just needed to be reminded after one major tragedy that we need to use our military might to make the world good by impressing our morality of at least not killing kids and shit onto the entirety of the earth, starting with first the brown people who scream in words that we don't understand, and then moving on to the white guys, vaguely Jewish, who are, paying for all this while not really looking too hard at ourselves. And I think that's where this comes from. It's why we always end up back with Marvel. You know what I mean? Or talking about something that, like, I guess like some like things that you can say, like women and their fucking they're getting, they have their airs about them or whatever the fuck. So we talk about some women's thing, scandal, I guess, not to be dismissive of any men who like that stuff. But there is no point where there is a certain black and white morality that dominates the sphere, right? I mean, even at the time, like C.S. Lewis and going back and forth with fucking Tolkien about stuff and religion and all that sort of things. I mean, that was like two guys. But you really get back to even that era, and you have some pretty odd shit popping up. You've got Roald Dahl, who did write, that's almost sort of referenced in this. She talks about, people used to be ugly when they were evil. And you have Roald Dahl's somewhat famous, people become uglier the more evil they are because the ugly comes out. But somebody that's good, their goodness will come out. But it's also because like it's still a very like unappealingly unattractive person, but they're very pleasant looking to be around. But this idea of a black and white era where these morality plays, or where this objective standard of good and evil was agreed on and universal and dominated the creative fabric, is not pinned down by her at all. And it just doesn't seem like it's a reality that's ever really existed. I mean, there is, as we get into the 60s and 70s, a more rebellious anti-state streak. But that kind of also comes from the fact that the state kind of existed for the first time in a post-industrial capitalist sense, where people could all just start writing about how much they didn't like it, kind of into the 50s and 60s. That's sort of when we started all having typewriters available. So you can kind of more append it not to people having a different disposition, but really just by people being able to complain. I mean, we see that trend repeated as people get access to, following up word processors and then cell phones and such. So I just don't see this overall argument being particularly valuable. And I don't see it being descriptive in a sense of an issue, or prescriptive in any sense of a possible solution to one. I think would be my final sort of statements on the matter before I take it to commentary from you guys. But yeah, I would say this isn't a particularly good video. I don't think it's a particularly good mindset to be in if you're trying to make stuff. It does strike as being a little haughty. She's quite rude in her conversations. They're like, Tyler, why aren't you playing the video right now? You're just gonna have to watch the video that comes out, that's released, if I put it together even. That should be getting thrown together probably tomorrow. But like, it comes across pretty petty, a little upsetty spaghetti. And most importantly, I think this really does go without saying. I think the second story strikes me as having a especially nutrient poor media diet. I respect, individual, you got your Anthony Gramulias and stuff, who talk pretty extensively about like anime and comics and stuff. But I think Anthony expands his media diet a little bit further than that. He seems a little bit better read than just comics and just movies all the time. I could be wrong, or at least to have a background that was a little bit more expansive than that before it. But I really think there's an issue with people who primarily interact with the literary world or the world of fiction and creation in general through a consistent diet of Marvel movies, TV drama, and comic books, and this sort of other kind of like Diet Pepsi stuff, and then take that really bad diet and then try to pretend that the world is like that. I don't see where Kazuo Ishiguro fits into the second story's understanding of the literary world. I don't understand how Remains of the Day fits in there. I don't really get how Sherman Alexie would fit into this. Do you understand? Like, where do we slot in with your understanding of what people value and what is good and what should be done and ought be done, where these sort of moralistic and imperative suggestions about behavior and the methodology of creation. I don't really understand where those fit in line with some of the most incredible works that have ever been created. I don't know where Blood Meridian literally fits into this, because you start trying to get into black and white morality, and then you start reading about Blood Meridian, and then an absence of goodness is, especially when it comes to Blood Meridian, kind of difficult to express when the only goodness brought to the book is whatever you had with you when you fucking opened the first page. And then, if you're like, okay, well, that's a really good one, then, okay, well, let's expand from Blood Meridian to the entirety of the Crossing trilogy. Let's talk about All the Pretty Horses and, oh, no, not Suttree. All the Pretty Horses, The Crossing, right? I can't remember the last one, though. It's going to pop into my mind a little bit after this. No Country for Old Men is the last of the Crossing trilogy. My bad. How do those fit into this? And are they not good? Are they bad? And then, I mean, when we expand past that and we have to get into other more intense stuff, just off the wall shit. I mean, I know where we're Bukowski. I assume we're Bukowski, and maybe the rest of the Beat generation is going to fit in this, and that they were like maybe drug addicted hippies or something like that. And she doesn't read that kind of trash. I don't know. It really strikes me as not being particularly well read. I think I really don't think people understand how cringe they sound when they have to rely on Tolkien as a example of good literature. That was like a thing that, like, I don't know, people maybe a little bit older than me fought for, just for recognition for genre stuff. But like, it's actually embarrassing to constantly go back to what is essentially like kind of somewhat outdated mid to great children's content, a lot of which is slop after the market produced by his kid that was kind of just like tossed out there. It's not that good. It's good, but it's not that, it doesn't rise to the heights of literature. It's just Tolkien. Like, I don't know how to hammer that home enough. It's like if you just started coming out and you're like, no, you need to understand. Like, people don't know how music is supposed to sound these days. They don't know what good music is like. They don't even like, when I think of the Beatles and all of what they've done for music, and then you have to go like, no, wait, what? The Beatles, the best band that's ever existed, they're like the height of what music is capable of. And you go, in what literal millennium? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's like you're having like a little kid's understanding of how big this world is. It's very strange. If you're a comic book person, it's like somebody who always talks about Batman, and they can't talk about anything but Batman. And then you realize that everything they know about Batman is from like 6 half-remembered episodes of maybe like a Batman Beyond flashback involving TAS. And then also, to a slightly lesser extent, The Dark Knight Rises. And they probably didn't even see Batman Begins. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not there. It's impossible for me to describe how not there you are, because if I was just like, I don't know, have you ever tried like Zadie Smith? Have you ever heard of Zadie Smith? Just name dropping. White Teeth, right? And then I go like, I got crazy shit on my shelf. People trying to fucking recognize it. It's not happening. My favorite author is Dan Simmons, right? Well, actually, my favorite author is Davis Grubb, who you've probably never heard of because I'm an ultra hipster, but you've heard of his books. But like, I don't hear these people having conversations about literature the way that I have them with people that I know that hate my opinions on literature, but are also well read. Do you understand? Like that. That's kind of like how rough it is out there, I guess. It's got to be miserable if you're a chud or chud adjacent. Because understand, if you're out there and you're a right winger, and maybe even you're a little bit of a racist white boy, all right, your way that you believe the world should exist makes you a piece of shit. But you probably do have some legitimate concerns that are like about, anvolacious, to use the tvtropes.com way of saying it, over the head, brick heavy writing, and like bad character work. You probably do have some opinions about stuff like that are legitimate. They're correct. They're all correct. You know what I mean? You're just like, no, I think that She-Hulk looked like shit. And the second I saw this chick twerking and it looked bad, and then people were like, well, because you're sexist and you hate women. And you're like, look, yes, I am sexist and I hate women, But also that just looked bad because it looked bad, and you just like you want to say that, but then you don't. You get the quartering, it's got to be murder. Because I know there's dudes out there that read. They're bigoted as shit, but they have a library card, right? They're just assholes, or whatever. I don't know, and like that's got to be rough. But like I'm not even getting that from these people at this moment. I don't know why they're getting so much respect. I would have to guess that you're just so starved in that sphere for some sort of media criticism that like you're wrong about everything, but like thank God you at least just said the fucking postmodernists suck. You don't even know what postmodernists are, but I just want to hear somebody say that, Clip it, clip it, clip it. Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm going to wrap it up. I think that's pretty solid as far as an explanation of my opinions and stuff on this. I'm gonna edit this together and throw in some clips to just make sure that you guys know I'm not trying to completely take Second Story out of context. But I gotta say, bad opinion. Not really based on much other than vibes. I don't know if they read a lot. Coming off poorly read, in my opinion. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take it over to chat for a bit and see what you guys got going on. Rickside Beatler. I don't know. What, like Rick Beato? Is it the guy that plays guitar? I can't remember. For a moment, I thought you were praising the Beatles and I almost unsubscribed. No, not me, my friend. The Beatles were so good at playing other people's music incompetently that they just like changed the world. The Beatles' entire career is basically like being YouTube Rewind, but for like all of black culture for like the fucking 50, 60 preceding years. I can't get anything in here. Imahika baffled me because of my first time concept of but it's a really good book. Who is that? I might be missing that one. I'm not up to date. I named some authors. I'm not necessarily up to date on all their most recent releases. It's too many people to keep track of. So if that's like a Zadie Smith book, everyone should read more books. It's true. She writes like she doesn't read, to be honest. I think she reads a little bit, but she does do the thing where you can tell she's trying to get like a stand-up comedian. She's trying to get a little bit of her tight five in there. She's trying to get in her joke. I've been thinking about this one for a minute. Folks, we got him. Yeah. I read the first page of Plato's Pharmacy and it took me 4 hours. What is how hold on. Jason Tam, PhD, Plato's Pharmacy. Okay, I'm going to click that. The Phaedrus, a Platonic dialogue on the function and value of writing, are explicitly discussed. Pharmakon. Derrida, Plato's Pharmacy. Dissemination Trans, Barbara Johnson, Chicago U.S. Chicago Press, 1981. Okay, oh, cool, they have it here. Let's see. Is it hard? I'm going to keep I'm not going to bring it down for you guys to show you because it's literally a fucking scan of an open book, so I can't see this. First published in Telkel numbers 32 and 33, 1968. Oh, God, this fucking era of people. Kolaphos. Blow to the cheek, knock, slap, kolapto, to go into, penetrate, especially set of birds, to peck, hence to slash open with the beak. By analysis, by anal. Set of a horse striking the ground with his hoof. By extension. Oh, to clap. Okay. To notch, to engrave. Grammis eis aigerion. Gramma eis aigeiron. Gramma eis aigeiron. Popular. Anthology 9, 341. Or catafloyo. Catafloyo. I can't say that right. Bark. Call for 101. An inscription on a poplar or the bark of the tree. R, clav, CFR, glyph, to hollow out, scratch. A text is not a text unless it hides from the first comer, from the first glance, the law of its composition and the rules of its game. A text remains, moreover, forever imperceptible. Its laws and its rules are not, however, harbored in the inaccessibility of a secret, It is simply that they can never be booked in the present into anything that could be rigorously called a perception. Okay. And hence, perpetually and essentially, they run the risk of being definitively lost. Who will ever know of such disappearances? The dissimulation of the woven texture can, in any case, take centuries to undo its web. A web that envelops a web, undoing the web for centuries, reconstituting it too as an organism, indefinitely regenerating its own tissue behind the cutting trace, the decision of each reading. Okay, this guy fucking cracks, bro. This guy's good at writing. There's always a surprise in store for the anatomy or the physiology of any criticism that might think it has mastered the game, surveyed all the threads at once, deluding itself too, and wanting to look at the text without touching it, without laying a hand on the object, without risking, which is the only chance of entering into the game, by getting a few fingers caught, the addition of some new thread. Adding here is nothing other than giving to read. One must manage to think this out, that it is not a question of embroidering upon a text, unless one considers that to know how to embroider still means to have the ability to follow the given thread. I want to fucking hang out with this guy. He's probably dead now. That is, if you follow me, the hidden thread. If reading and writing are one, as is easily thought these days, if reading is writing, this oneness designates neither undifferentiated confusion, nor identity at perfect rest. The is that couples reading with writing must rip apart. One must then, in a single gesture, but doubled, read and write. And that person would have understood nothing of the game, who, at this, du coup, would feel himself authorized merely to add on, that is, to add any old thing. He would add nothing. The seam wouldn't hold. Reciprocally, he who, through methodological prudence, norms of objectivity, or safeguards of knowledge, would refrain from committing anything of himself, would not read at all. Yes, the same foolishness, the same sterility obtains in the not serious as in the serious. The reading or writing supplement must be rigorously prescribed, but by the necessities of a game, by the logic of play, signs to which the system of all textual powers must be accorded and attuned. That's not that hard. That took you an hour a day to get through? Okay, we'll break it down paragraph by paragraph. What he's saying here. Text is not allowed to less the text unless it comes from the first comer. We call it a perception. So basically, the value of text is not that it immediately tells you something. The value of a text is that it is an entire construct, right? So in coming to it, if you understand it immediately, it's no longer a text. This is probably like precursor to semiotics. So in semiotics, which is like the understanding of signs and stuff, something will be on itself, and of itself. Or it will be of itself and on itself, even if it is behind. So like basically, if you look at a sign, it's a sign. And it needs no greater understanding. And a collection of signs gives you essentially an understanding of things relative to the perception of signs in the world. So if you are looking at a street in the most easy and obvious explanation, you'll see a stop sign, a go, go, slow down, yield. And these signs will be what they are. What this person is saying is, and this would be counter to not counter, but this is just saying chirally the opposite of a semiotic explanation, that a text is in itself the entire construction deeper than the immediate reception that you have to the words that you're seeing. So a text cannot simply be surface level, otherwise it has no actual value. It has to be constructed. Unlike a conversation, it has to be a entire, as he gets to the end of it, which I really appreciate this metaphor, a game. So the rules of text, right, as we understand them, this semiotics would be a rule of text. Metaphor is a rule of text. Analogy is a rule of text. Rules, in this case, would be treated as a game, i.e. have fun, don't have fun, play. There is a score. There's a way to overcome an obstacle that has been presented, but because it's a game, the obstacle is presented not really to stop you, but to slow you. Even the slowing of somebody or the obstruction of somebody in a game is all for the benefit, the ultimate enjoyment or the ultimate growth of the individual playing the game, as opposed to a true obstacle, like a wall and a door. A door is locked. The lock isn't there as a test or as a way for you to like interact with the wall in a new and unique way. The lock is there to keep you out. In a text, which is presented holistically, it has its own little parts within itself, which you peel apart and take apart, and you have to engage on its own merits, which is really what I think he's getting into here in the interim central passages. You have to take the text as it comes, which is as a holistic entity, and it can't be perceived through its most surface elements. Otherwise, you won't be able to find what's really in there. And now, the risk that you run is how you are staining or how you are fucking up basically your playthrough of this game with your own preconceptions of how to play appropriately, as opposed to playing with it correctly. Now you can't do that, which I think he'll either articulate here, and I might have overread it, or he'll probably get into. You can't play a game and know for sure the correct way to play it unless the rules are stated to you, which is where you kind of take it away from being this puzzle box, which is what we're articulated with. A text is not a text unless it hides from the first comer, from the first glance, the law of its composition, and the rules of its game. Thus, we are shown a book. We open the book, we read the book, and as we read it, we might try to. This is really right in line with the things that I usually try to talk about when I'm saying the pointlessness and the self-destruction of something like reading through a lens, right? The reading through a feminist lens, reading this as a communist, reading this through a lens of capitalist post, whatever the fuck. When you start trying to do that, you're actually playing not by the rules of the game presented to you, i.e., this is my product for you. Take it and eat it. You are presenting with you're proceeding with interacting with this on a level of saying, I want to do a thing, and I want this thing that I'm interacting with while I'm doing the thing to play by the rules I've already created, as opposed to trying to understand the rules of the thing itself, which is kind of what I think he gets here into in this second. But that first paragraph is essentially absolutely a truth. When you've come across a text, we'll say in this case a book, just to simplify, a complete story or novel or whatever, a completed series of words, lines, all of that isolated. I appreciate that he says it text instead of a book, because that's very cleverly written. Because you have to play his game already. He's teaching you how to play the game. This is a tutorial. If you played video games, this first couple of paragraphs, I like this because it's a tutorial. He's doing a tutorial. It's cool. All right, nice. It's not particularly hard. Now that I have to explain it, it's much more interesting because I'm explaining it, because I realize that maybe you guys don't necessarily get it. But this is Derrida, whatever, Pharmacon, Essay Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't care. But yeah, he's teaching you how to read and instructing you that his rules are there. So from here, because he's establishing his rules, if you apply your own rules incorrectly after the fact, you're going to have kind of been going counter to what he's trying to show you what to do. So if you read it and you don't do what he's telling you to do at the beginning, you're basically like a Kotaku journalist that's trying to double jump in a game that doesn't have double jump, and you're stuck on the tutorial. It's dope. The dissimulation of the woven texture can, in this case, take centuries to undo its web. A web that involves a web. Undoing the web for centuries or constituting it to as an organism and definitely regenerating its own tissue behind the cutting trace, the decision of each reading. Okay, so let me get to the end of this one. Surprises with that. Criticism. I master the game. Surveyed all the threads at once. A chance to enter the game. Okay. Yeah. So essentially, what he's saying is, in this, I guess it would be third technically after his question there. This next paragraph is basically throughout history. One text may reveal itself, so to say, over the course, or to actually unravel everything that's kind of in it. It might take forever to do. It also might happen instantaneously. It also might not really have been done. As you're reading it, when you try to open it up and see through it, what happens is it covers itself back over again. So like literally the incision healing as it's sliced is sort of the metaphor here. Because you're trying to unravel something that can't really be unraveled. It is an idea. But in your attempt to unravel it, you create this sort of quantum state where you have described what's in the book. However, what's in the book is only going to be what is in the book. The next person that comes behind you might see something completely different. The next school of thought behind you may treat you as an example of what to do or what not to do when trying to perceive the interior of the text. Ultimately, and I think he articulates this slightly above. Yeah. And hence, perpetually and essentially, they run the risk of being definitively lost. Who will ever know of such disappearances? Obviously, the author to some degree. Basically, this is a deeper explanation of a deeper, not explanation, but this is a deeper exploration of the concept of the death of the author, so to say. But that's a very, very simplistic thing. This is a much more broad. How would you arrive at the death of the author is via this, and would that have any value? So, when you talk about, like I said, reading through lenses, your ability to perceive something, are you perceiving it accurately, and can it ever be said to have perceived the thing accurately? Who can really ever know? Ooh, excuse me. Who can really ever know if the book was written correctly? And even that goes into some of my own criticisms for, Shad Brooks. Shad Brooks wrote a book where he thinks it is a sort of, adventure story about what if you could redeem the worst possible person of all time, right? Could you do that? Whereas when I read it, I can kind of see underneath his attempt at a story a pretty obvious revelation of his sort of bizarre inner world. You can start picking through the threads, the weaving of the story he created, of this text, and understand deeper aspects of Shadiversity, his what he does and doesn't actually benefit, because I understand the rules of writing themselves. I understand them better than he does because he fell over them getting into it. Because I understand so much of the rules of literature, they're not that hard. Just read some, fucking get a library card, and you can too, I swear to God. Because I understand the rules of literature and I understand how things are put together, when I see a line, I can tell where that thread starts and ends. Because I can see where that thread goes, using Derrida's metaphor here, I can figure out things about Shad that he necessarily would not maybe have said out loud about himself. Now, this isn't a guarantee, like I can read his fucking mind, but I'm literally actually reading parts of his mind. I am experiencing him as a man through the text that he created. And that's a pretty fundamental way of experiencing thought via reading. And it is one of the hiccups here, because sometimes people don't actually even understand what they themselves are writing. They make a mistake. To make the example of a story, or not a story, of a song. Stuck in the middle with you. Bum, 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 bum. That song is very famous. It was in a movie where it's used to torture somebody. A cop is tortured while Michael Madsen is dancing to that. This is Reservoir Dogs. Everybody knows that. That story, or that song, comes from Steeler's Wheel, I think it is. I can't remember exactly. Wanting to make a parody of a Bob Dylan song. So that whole thing, clouds to the left of me, jokers to the right, here I am, stuck in the middle with you. This plays into what Derrida is saying in these first few paragraphs, in that is a text. The song is a text. In this case, the text would be the body of work of Bob Dylan that the Steelers Wheel people, I hope that's correct, have experienced, right? So when they are trying to experience the text, this overarching series of connections, these words, these sentences, these principles, these feelings, these ideas that have been presented by Bob Dylan, along with the greater understanding of Bob Dylan, the text, the living organism who is a person, but who is also a collection of articles and explanations and impressions by people, stories told about him. This would be part of that additional weaving, this organic creation. When they tried to pick it apart and reweave from the weaving to make something that expressed what is the essentiality of Bob Dylan, while also mocking Bob Dylan for things they didn't like about him, what they only managed to do was replicate, incidentally, everything that people did like about Bob Dylan in a way that made people think that Steeler's Wheel was giving them Bob Dylan, or whatever that vibe is. And so they made money off of that and had a very, very famous song doing something they normally wouldn't do because they didn't like it, but they actually happened to do it. If that story's true, it is, but that happens a lot of the time where somebody tries to parody something and then they end up making something that's actually like the epitome of quality for that specific thing. It is a strong understanding of the web as presented by Derrida, of this puzzle box, of this construction, this singular game. It's an understanding of it, but you still, misunderstanding some of the rules, played it differently, and so you got a different outcome when you tried to replicate. So that's kind of what we're getting into here. Adding here, nothing is nothing other than giving to read. One must manage to think this out. There's not a question of embroidering upon a text unless one considers to know how to embroider still means to have the ability to follow the given thread. I kind of just went over that. That is, if you follow me, the hidden thread. If reading and writing are one, is as easily thought these days. If reading is writing, then this one, this oneness designates neither undifferentiated confusion nor identity at perfect rest. The is that couples reading with writing must rip apart. One must then, in a single gesture but doubled, read and write. One and that person would have understood nothing of the game who, at this coup, would feel himself authorized merely to add on, that is, to add any old thing. He would add nothing, the scene wouldn't hold. Reciprocally, he, through methodological prudence, norms of objectivity, I'm slightly off because these days was apparently 1960 something, which I'm not part of. Reciprocally, he who, through methodological prudence, norms of objectivity, or safeguards of knowledge would refrain from committing anything of himself would not read at all. The same foolishness, the same sterility obtains in the not serious as in the serious. Reading and writing supplement must be rigorously prescribed, but by the necessities of a game, by the logic of play, signs to which the system of all textual powers must be accorded and attuned. Okay, so basically, when you read, you are also writing. The transliteration of text into your mind and your translation of it is in itself an act of creation based on the creation of somebody else. So I read Derrida. I'm doing this right now. This is my interpretation, at least. He wrote something. I have to read it, and now I have to write on top of it by adding, next to nothing or maybe a little bit of my own sauce to understand it. Think of it like when you eat. You taste food and all that sort of stuff, but to taste food, you salivate on it. You must add to food. You must destroy it in order to enjoy it. You don't just take a cookie and then you put it inside of you, like you dissolve it instantaneously into the aether. You have to add parts of your literal body to the food in order to take it apart, decontextualize it, but then actually enjoy it. But if you get hung up on the idea that you can't interact with something in order to describe it, you'll end up, like I said earlier, and like I think he was articulating at the beginning, and even here, you'll end up not really being able to do anything with it at all. You'll be stuck on some... I think this is kind of where he's going to reciprocally, he who through methodological prudence, norms of objectivity, or safeguards of knowledge would refrain from committing anything of himself would not read at all. In this case, what he's saying is essentially by trying to not pollute the thing that you're observing through the Heisenberg principle, essentially the Heisenberg principle of uncertainty, or is that the principle of observation? I can't remember. It's a philosophical / physics principle of, can you, once you observe something, have you affected it through simple observation? By minimizing your interaction with something, by trying to keep it in its most perfect state, you may actually not be using it. So if you have a cake per se, and you love the cake because it looks beautiful, and you can see all of the wonderfulness of the sponge, and the perfect balance of layers of icing, and the way that the icing is crafted on top, and all these wonderful little flourishes made by the person who put it together, this pâtissier, and the plate that's underneath it, and you love it for that thing, you only love it not for what it is, but for your impression of it already. You love it because it is observably a beautiful cake, but you are not interacting with the cake on the terms of the cake. You haven't cut it to pieces. You haven't salivated on it. You haven't brought it into your mouth. You haven't crushed it with your teeth and masticated it with your tongue and eventually swallowed it and dropped it into acid so that it could become part of you. This destructive act, this depersoning or de-objectification, literal de-objectification of a thing that you're interacting with must happen in order for you to break the barrier of it and you and actually achieve true understanding of it. And there is, in that moment of de-objectification, the true and obvious risk of destroying it in a way that it can't be reconstituted within your understanding or within and of itself, in a way that it's existing along the state of play that it wanted to exist at. So he has these things, these rules, games, logic. Thus, we say that to enjoy this cake, you eat the cake, right? So you have a rules, teeth, lips, tongue, saliva. You don't jam it into your eye. You don't put it in your ear. You don't leave it out there and then walk away from it. There's a way to enjoy a cake, right? And we all must come down and sit and agree and say, this is what a cake is. This is how we're going to agree with it. And even that might be incorrect. So there's this level of uncertainty that goes along with this decoupling of maximum possibility from what's going to happen. You have to go, like, I have to move all of these possibilities away. When you do that, you may have broken one of the aspects of the game, one of the rules that was required for the original, entertainment, or the original state of play, I guess you would say, that was supposed to be engaged with when you eat this fucking cake. So if the cake is supposed to, let's say, just have you're supposed to light a candle on top of it before you go, but everyone goes, oh, we didn't think that was the most important thing. But actually, like, the way to make the cake taste correctly is to smell that little bit of sulfur in the air from a match before you taste it. If you didn't know that, you might never get the quality. And you may be looking at other people's interpretations of this, kind of going into what he's talking about with this web that goes on for centuries and aeons, but also for the immediacy of the second after you've interpreted something. You may come across another school that has a completely different interpretation of the text, or in this case, this cake. And they would be correct, but you will never be able to understand why they're correct, because without somebody to explain the rules of the game, or to explain all of the aspects of the game to you, or the text in this case, or this act, this moment, this matter of logic, then that will be lost forever. So I'm actually kind of interested in where he would go after this, but that's not too hard to understand. I mean, I know it took me a long time to break down, but like, that's what good writing is. It's putting a lot of capacity for thought into as small of a nice little chunk as possible. So it is one of those things where you see, like, I see somebody talking about art or artistry or working on stuff, and they have these facile and surface level interpretations of stuff. It's really kind of crushing. You can see when people can read, and you can see when people can merely just, like, when they're just merely literate. And it is a night and day thing, and I don't judge people who aren't. I mean, I don't know why you would have that skill if you haven't wanted to develop it. And if you don't want to develop it, it would be, like, painful. You know what I mean? It's like, if you wanted to be, you were, like, forced to become, like, a sommelier and you hate the taste of wine. Like, I don't know why you would torture yourself like that, but it is possible. Heisenberg is uncertainty. Schrodinger's observation, I think. Schrodinger is quantum observation. I can't remember. Silk Song still happening today? It might not. We might be putting it off till tomorrow. That was a fun little thing to read. Maybe I'll read the rest of this Derrida. Plato's Pharmacy. What does fucking Wikipedia say? Writing is a pharmacon in a composite sense of these meanings as a means of producing something to reduce traditional meanings and the philosophical notion of interdeterminacy. What does that say? Scientific and mathematical concepts of uncertainty. Hey! Fuck yeah. Told ya. Yeah, no, that's not hard to read at all. I can it's harder to explain than it is to read, because that texts like that are just like that. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, could you explain this to me? It's like, well, I don't know if you can have it explained to you. It's kind of like the conceit. I think Derrida would agree. Like, have you read this? Like, yeah, okay. Like, I read the fucking page in like a minute. Like, okay, yeah. Okay, sure, fair. Okay, I get you. To try to explain it takes fucking forever, because I got to be able to fucking re-prepare his meal for you without him there, hoping that I get the recipe correct. So there's where the difficulty lies. So yeah, I was right too, by the way. This has got to be a segment. I'll do it because I know who's gonna review it. Tyler, have you been enjoying Silk Song? I fucking love that game. I'll summarize it. Oh, there's that from before. Yeah, not hard. Imahika is a 90s book. Seas of the Plain was the one you're missing from the border of the Trader League. Now country standalone. Damn it. Seas of the Plain. My bad. I don't think I've read that one then. It's so funny. I had a kid telling me the Beatles were far ahead of Beyonce in musical talent. I mean, depending on what Beatle, I would say George Harrison's probably. Yeah, George Harrison is certainly pound for pound a better musician than Beyonce. Not like Beyonce's bad, but George Harrison is just way better of a musician than Beyonce is. That's not I mean, I guess that's up for debate, but I don't know what to tell you. Does Beyonce play any instruments even? I mean, she's mostly a vocalist, right? And she's a tremendous performer. She's an extreme talent, right? But George Harrison, I would say, was probably better than the rest of the Beatles. There you go. If you want to start, does this guy have an opinion on the Beatles? And then people are yeah, what is his opinion? He said that George Harrison's the most talented of the Beatles, by a bit. And they're gonna go ooh. Okay, that guy kind of fucking swings. Ranking them: George Harrison, McCartney, Lennon, Ringo, because I don't know anything else about Ringo Starr. I don't know anything about him. He's a really boring drummer, but he's like a metronome, which isn't really all you need. I put Bukowski in with Hemingway as more about prose than substance per se. Prose is the substance. Oh, what do you mean? Dude's more about steak sauce than he is steak. But how good is the sauce? I mean, doesn't probably stand Tolkien's writing. What's good is unique at the time. Don't be started on comics. Reset. Okay, this is far behind. Imahika baffled me. Now I gotta look up what the fuck is that. Is that a Zadie Smith? I read no, Clive Barker. Oh, Jesus. Cold Heart Canyon. Goddamn. Check live notices. What have we learned? What is that? Chapter 1, Enlo Cake. She links to her book on the YouTube channel. People, after you finish this thoughtful critique video segment, you need to send this out as extreme bullying. Oh God. I mean, yeah. I guess we'll read. She's pretty fucking. She's pretty aggressive about how good of a writer she is, or how bad other people are at writing. So I think she's fair game for a writing critique. So we'll probably get to that eventually. He's explaining the concept while demonstrating it. Also, I read it in the library. Checkmate. Yeah, I know that's why I don't like it. His prose is malicious. Definitely intentional. I get that, which pisses me off. I don't know who you guys are talking about now. Is that, are you talking about the Dorita guy? Dorito. Mr. Dorito. Schrodinger's the quantum superposition of the cat being alive and dead until observed. Yeah, that's... That's not it. That would still be connected to this, but principle of affecting matter through observation. Observer effect. Double slit experiment is Heisenberg. Right? George Paget Thompson, Wakefield Young experiment. Mach Zeidner interferometer. Okay, so it's just the observation principle, and I was mixing it up with two other things. What is the Heisenberg's indeterminacy is a fundamental concept in quantum mechanics. There's a limit to precision which certain parts of physical properties such as position and momentum can be simultaneously known. In other words, the more accurately one property is measured, the less accurately the other property can be known. More formally, the uncertainty principle is a variety of mathematical inequalities asserting the fundamental limit to the product of the accuracy of certain related pairs of measurements in a quantum system, such as position x and position and momentum p. Such paired variables are known as complementary variables or canonically conjugate variables. That is more along the lines of what I was talking about. I think that leads to observer interference because it's the observer position means that you can never observe from. You know that the experiment happened because you're looking at it from this direction and because while you were looking at it. But if you were not looking at it from another direction, what if you saw it? Kind of like that. Or if you were looking at it, could you look at it from a direction that you can't typically look at it? Would you see the same thing? And by look at it and direction, I don't mean necessarily like physical space, but the method of observation what degree of uncertainty does that method of observation alter the experiment? And can the experiment itself via observation be altered? And could you know if you're not observing it? Blah, 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 blah. It's a series of like increasingly complex fucking terminating statements. They're the same picture, literally their mathematical picture is equivalent. I don't know what that means. Too far up. There's the observer effect. Heisenberg uncertainty is about not being able to simultaneously know the velocity and position of a particle. Joe. Schrodinger's formulation of quantum mechanics where state evolves and operators are static, and Heisenberg is vice versa. While the uncertain principle is named after H, they describe the same thing, I'm going to assume. They're the same thing, LMAO, just different mathematical formula. Okay, yeah, that's why I was like... That's what happens, though. You realize that you're saying the same thing, but it's opposite, and like, is it a chiral opposite? Is it a natural opposite? Is it an operational opposite? Is it a perfect opposite? Okay. Or is it this? Or is it that? Or is it this? You know? Which is more opposite? This is one I love. In which case are my hands more opposite? Are they more opposite like this? Are they more opposite like this? Are they more opposite like this? Or are they more opposite like this? Isn't that a weird conundrum, right? Are these hands more opposite to each other? Are these hands more opposite to each other? Are these hands more opposite to each other? Or are these hands more opposite to each other? And then any other similar pairing. Like this. Isn't that, like, when you start thinking, which is more? Can it be compared? Is there a necessary component to the comparison? I know that there's no way I thought of that for the first time. That has to be something I saw fucking Carl Sagan's dumbass doing. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out for it too, by the way. It's not so much that the measurement changes as you fundamentally cannot know both properties at the same level actually through the same experiment. Okay. All right. I'm done. Philosophy is easy. Y'all just need to read more if you can't understand it. That said, folks, thanks for coming in, hanging out, having a good time. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go eat, hang out. I'm going to do plumbing. That's what you should always follow up reading Dorito with. Doritos and plumbing, baby. Doritos and plumbing. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to be playing Silk Song on stream. Get excited for it. Silk Song, and maybe call-ins or something. I don't know. I don't feel like watching videos, so maybe I'll let you guys call in or Q&A. Maybe I'll have like, hey, fucking Taylor Lorenz fans and supporters call in and debate me or some shit. I don't know. Figure it out. Go to the Discord and say what you guys want to see. Until next time, as always, stay safe out there.